Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It's the final day in the race of qualification through Group A here at the Live Lounge in Force. So 5 players are in a realistic race to secure their passage through to Saturday night's finale. Day 2 was dramatic, and this is the tale of the tape.
It was an improvement on day 2 for Louis Williams, still to pick up his first win. That's going to be his next goal on Wednesday. For Darren Armstrong, a good first day, wasn't quite coupled up on day 2. He finds himself in 5th position, but still in it with a squeak. As for Vampir, he topped the table for a little while. He's one of 3 players on 12 points, but that legs difference means he finds himself in 4th. Andy Bolton was the big mover on moving day, winning 4 out of his 5 matches to put himself in good stead going into Wednesday's proceedings. It was another solid day for Danny Jansen. There may have been a couple of points left out there for the Dutchman, but he finds him 2 points off the lead, which is occupied by Henahan still. There was an opportunity he could have raced away, but he has a 2-point buffer at the top of the table going into the final day's action.
We watched all the action yesterday, and we'll be watching all the action today in the company of the 2015 champion of the world, Scotty Dog Mitchell. Well, we were sat here yesterday with Henahan protecting a 2-point lead. He still has a 2-point lead, but is there a case that he could have been further in front?
Yeah, I think so. I think he played like he was trying to protect the lead yesterday. It was, I'm up there, and he just kept an eye on the table, and when he lost, he still stayed top, and yeah, I think he was playing the protector role, playing it safe yesterday to be in the mix for the last day and back himself. And I think that's not a bad idea to have, really. Well,
it is a tight and congested table. The top 5 are all within 4 points of each other. The top 4 are all within 2. Henahan leading the way, but Danny Jansen, Andy Bolton and Vampir down on 12 points. Darren Armstrong on 10. Louis Williams still searching for his first win here at the Super. Let's talk about the middle of the pack then. Danny Jansen, Andy Bolton, Vampir. Because all 3 of their players, their numbers were down on day 1, but Andy Bolton managed to turn the results, turn performances into results as opposed to the other way around on Monday.
He did, so you could say that you would feel today the momentum is with him because he turned over a couple of those guys that are in the mid-table with him. So he'll be feeling very confident. I think the outcome of today is going to be who beats who the most in that section, and I think Connor's going to be dragged into that as well. So I'm looking for a really good day today. I think it's a really interesting day with 4 still having a chance. And hey, look, if Darren Armstrong comes up with a big win at the start against Henahan, I think he's got first game. Wow, he's in the mix as well. And all of a sudden, we're then looking at 5 could go through over the next 14 games. Exciting one to be with us, to join us with.
Which makes the outright betting even more interesting. And Darren Armstrong is 16 to 1, 5 horses in the race, and all realistically in the race. Henahan's still the favourite at 5 to 4. Andy Bolton's come back into 5 to 2. Is there any value in Danny Jansen at 7s though?
Possibly. Yesterday he wasn't himself. I spoke to him after, and he said he hadn't had anything to eat in the morning because he hadn't felt particularly well, and he felt he had a little upset stomach, and so yesterday he felt very nervous, and he said he didn't play as well as he had hoped because of the nerves. And I think we're going to see a different Danny today. He was off last night to try and find something to eat and sort himself out. So hopefully if he's feeling better today, I think that could be the value at 7 to 2 there.
The power of fuel, that is for sure. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder, see if you're having a punt on at home. Pace just under 5 to 1 today. Over 1.5 1/8 in the Henahan-Armstrong game. Henahan a prolific score. We've seen Darren Armstrong hit some 1/8 over the course of the week. Total legs over 4.5 in the Williams-Henahan game at 1 to 3. So that means that game's got to play 5 or more. And in the match 180 stakes, Danny Jansen to get more than Andy Bolton at just under 5 to 1. That bottom one could be a little bit dangerous because we know Andy Bolton, even though he's a big 140 hitter, he can get that odd 180 in there.
Yeah, and also the fact of the matter is they're playing later in the day as well.
Yeah.
So there could be the whole table topping scenario as well and chasing points rather than worrying about what you're scoring.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter On the Super Series today, right, our first game sees Connor Henahan in action. He's top of the table, protecting a 2-point lead at the top of the pile. He's qualified through Group A before. He's also let lead slip at the top of Group A before, but he's hoping to make it through to a 7th successive final here in Portsmouth. And earlier on this morning, I called up for him to get his assessment of the week so far.
Connor, top of the group after 2 days. How would you reflect overall on your performances in Group A?
Oh yeah, I would have taken it from the start of the week, so yeah, happy enough. Hopefully just get over the line now today.
It's a little bit of you that thought maybe the lead could have been a little bit bigger at points yesterday.
Yeah, I maybe let a few slip, but sure, look, they're all good players in there, so today's a new day.
Today is a new day. Today's day for you, and you know exactly what this situation's about. You've been top of Group A's in the past, and you've experienced both sides of the coin. Does that actually help you going into a day like today?
Yeah, of course, more experience the better, I suppose. You know, Wednesday is always the hardest day. It's about getting over the line and, you know, getting through to Saturday night.
Where is the career of Connor Henahan at this present moment in time, you feel?
It's probably stuck at the minute. I don't know. Haven't been playing well the last while. Kind of getting back into form again, so we'll see how it goes.
This is your 7th appearance here. You've made the finals in each of your previous 6. It's now the time for you to kick on this one. And maybe this could be kind of like the kickstart to something for yourself.
Yeah, hopefully. That's the plan, like to try and get over the line this weekend, or over today anyway first, and hopefully then on to Saturday and see where it takes me then.
Well, Connor, wish you all the very best. We wish you all the very best. Good luck.
Thanks, Henry. Thank you.
And he takes on Darren Armstrong. Potentially a pivotal first game of the day, because if Darren can pick up the points in this one, then he can put everybody within a couple of points of one another, and it really opens up the door for Danny Jansen, Andy Bolton and Carlo Vampir in the games that will follow in the first round worth of fixtures. Myself and Scott Mitchell have made the trip over to the commentary box to describe all the action, and to see Connor Henahan in action, the 25-year-old from round 4, the Euro Cup Boys champion, twice the runner-up here in a qualification week. Hino is looking to be the hero when it comes to Saturday night. As for Darren Armstrong from the village of Newcastleton on the Scottish borders, making his debut here this week, the 9-dart dazzler looking to dazzle on day 3, and always dazzling is Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Oh, what a welcome. Yeah, thank you very much, mate. I did get here eventually. There was a little jam on the M27 today, so yeah, that was nice. The commute into work is usually sort of like 8 strides out of my back door, and when I have to get into a car and come to Portsmouth, it's yeah, I feel like a proper worker.
And it is going to be a hard day's work for whoever's going to go on and win the group.
60.
Get the sense there's going to be twists and there's going to be turns at every single corner that we look at and peer at today.
Yeah, absolutely. The head-to-head on these is they're one each, and you feel that this one could be the most important game of all between the two of them this week.
But what we've seen so far this week is Connor Henahan has been very good getting out of the gate. His opening performances this week, he's heralded averages of 101.09 and 93.34. But the drop has been towards the end of the day, where he's lost his last match on both days that he's played here so far, including a 4-1 victory for Darren Armstrong yesterday.
137.
Yeah, and that's a great spot, mate, as well, that he's tailed off towards the end of the day. And Darren Armstrong himself tailed off a little bit yesterday, but I think maybe that could be understandable. He had that snap point issue, didn't he, partway through the day, and had to change to a totally different dart. He doesn't seem bothered about it. When I spoke to him last night
60.
after, he said, yeah, you know, they feel the same. But well, you're the statistician, Henry. You like to do a stat, and it was quite noticeable that he dropped off from playing the day before. So the question is,
44.
the MVG barrels seem to work better than the Gary Anderson barrels for him.
Well, there was actually a drop-off pretty much across the board, with the exception of Louis Williams
64.
yesterday. It felt cagey at times. And the nerves will continue to shred here, but Henahan's going to get first poker to finish in this first leg.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It did feel a bit touchy-feely for a lot of the day yesterday. It was jostling for position in the Group A table, wasn't it?
30.
Armstrong's going to get a break chance here. 53 for a 1-0 lead. He's going to have 2 darts at tops to take the lead. And it doesn't go. And so Henahan is back to hold throw, but he's had to dodge a couple of bullets in this first leg. Tops. 1-0 Henahan.
Connor Henahan.
So Henahan on the board, having dodged a couple of bullets in that first leg.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw
The other
first.
thing for Darren Armstrong as well is because Henahan's got a bit of a lead in terms of the legs difference as well, is he'd prefer as well to win this game by a margin.
42.
No, of course, wins the first objective, but if you can win 4-1 or 4-2, then that will do you a little bit of a benefit.
Yeah, I mean the legs
96.
difference. We've seen it in the past. It can be as big as a point on the table at the end, can't it? And the guys start thinking about that as well.
96.
It can overcomplicate things. I remember we saw Cam Crabtree do that in one of the groups back along, and he was overthinking, and before you knew it, he kind of slipped out of the group and didn't make the Saturday.
Cam, who made it through to Champions Night in Series 6.
140.
And Scott Taylor, who picked up the cheque, but the cheque this time round is bigger than ever. It's £25,000 for the victor.
140.
Which, I mean, this tournament, in terms of prestige, by winning a Champions Week, is getting bigger and bigger with every single phase that develops. But by adding that
97.
extra
Connie require
incentive
140.
will make the end game even bigger, as Henahan looks for 140 to take out this second leg. Isn't going to go, and so Armstrong back for 126. Only needs one treble to leave the ball.
89. Darren require 126.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Henry. The prestige of winning one of these series here is right up there with some of the top tournaments in the world, to be fair. Not just the monetary value, but also
86. Connie require 51.
the way that everybody gives you credit for winning one.
Tots of Henahan.
Game shot.
2-0 Henahan. It's a 14
Connor
dart breaker
Henahan.
throw for the Irishman. He's in full control of this first game, and it would effectively
it's Connor
end
to
Darren
throw
Armstrong's assault before it's even started. Thing is, if you win a MODUS Super Series, you could be in a cereal commercial before too long.
If you win 2, yeah, what a big break that would be.
100.
Is this the point where I say other brands are available?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just sat here in my armchair
180.
throwing darts at a board while I'm commentating in a chair. Lovely.
You carry on saying things like that, it'll be Cheerios to you.
It will indeed.
140.
I was wondering why I was getting a Frosty's reception.
Oh, you shredded me. You shredded me.
125.
Anyway, it looks like Conor
80.
Henahan's had his Weetabix once again at the start of the day. He's left 156 after 9, threatening a 3-0 lead here against Darren Armstrong. 156 isn't going to go right here, right now, but he has got 6 to take out this third leg.
96.
He's been absolutely prolific on the outer ring. That's why Conor Henahan has this 2-0. He's had 2 darts at a
90.
double
Connie require 60.
and completed the job. So here we go again. This time he misses the big 20 just to keep us all hanging. Tops up.
40.
The problem is when you miss
91.
that big 20, it does start to play on your mind, and it's then very difficult to hit the double top after that.
Dart and a block ball. Oh, what a
Game shot in
find!
the third leg.
What a find from
Darren
Darren Armstrong,
Armstrong.
because he could see none of that.
Nonchalance, he walked back. And that's
Well,
the other
it's
thing with that
Darren
is
to
that's
throw
2
first.
bullseyes in 4 darts, because a bullseye with his last dart
Hang on.
at the previous visit to leave him the 91. And then throws 2 more darts and hits it again. But that one was a special dart to go round the side, and
99.
he knew his chances of Group A victory were pretty much riding on that bullseye. He has to stay in this game.
100.
Henahan goes 3-0 up. You expect him to stretch towards the finishing line. He's one of those players that when that finishing line is in front of him, he doesn't tend to fold.
134.
And he's taken that momentum on into leg 4. And suddenly, Henahan, who had got the
140.
break, could find himself in a spot above him, about to 2-2.
And he'll be disappointed with that because obviously he missed the big 20, didn't he? With the 60 left. And I don't think he actually missed it. I think what he was trying to do was throw to the left-hand side of the 20 so that the double top had a clear shot. His dart stick up there, as you can see, sort of 45-degree angle up to the board, and double 10 coming in here.
130. Connie record 132.
But yeah, I think he was just trying to be a bit more management, and he went a little bit overstretched. But now here we are.
50.
And that's cost him because now here we are. Darren Armstrong's getting to go at double 5.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And now
Darren
Connor
Armstrong.
Henahan finds himself at 2-2 when he could so easily been 3-0 up just moments ago.
It's Connor to throw first.
How easily a game in this particular format can change. Good quality contest to kickstart our
96.
day. Both players averaging in the 90s. Henahan 94.03, Armstrong 92.57 at the halfway point.
139. $100.
Henahan's got to be careful not to let this game slip from his fingers.
46.
It's a right good standard to start the day, though, isn't it? Let's hope the day continues like this, and that means that somebody's going to go off and earn the win rather than chase the win and limp over the line by help from someone else.
Well, for the label one criticism upon yesterday was the fact that
95.
everybody's numbers were below what we saw on Monday, and it felt at times that it was a cagey group, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, but there's a lot of business time players in this group, and I think a day like today where there's something up for grabs, you will see the best out of people.
No, everybody likes a bit of prize money. But some maybe play for the money, some play to win. And we've got some business people here that have come over and they want to take that big pot at the end of the week on Saturday night.
92.
Right. There is an incentive to winning Group A, not just an automatic passage through, but there is a bonus for winning the group.
60.
And Henahan stares down 78 for a 3-2 lead. Again, another miss. Well, he's made a bit of a mess of this altogether.
22.
He's not even left himself 3 darts at a double if he comes back. Armstrong 120 for the break. And to lead this darts match for the first time, tops.
80. Connie required 56.
Yeah, a little bit high on that occasion. I think he felt the occasion on that time. He knew that would be a big break. Double 12 coming in.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Double for Connor Henahan, and he's made mistakes, but he's still leading 3-2. Armstrong won't be too bothered about that, though. He now has the throw.
Game on.
But those of you that play, and those of you that play a lot of best of 7, know at 3-2, to hold your throw
59.
is very difficult indeed. This is the throw where you're under the most pressure. You look at it as commentators and you go, "Oh, he should hold his throw here." But you don't.
58.
When you're playing, you don't think like that. You start thinking, "I've got to hold my throw here to stay in it." And if you think like that, then it's curtains usually.
140.
This is why we have the expert opinions of the ex-world champion Scott Mitchell to tell us what it is like to be in Henahan's and Armstrong's shoes.
85. 98.
I like what he did there. Started with the 18s. Some would say he shouldn't have ever left 302 in the first place, but I leave that to the expert counters. That's not down to me.
140. 100.
Solid enough leg, leaving 104 after 12. Forcing Henahan to hit something big here. And it's just got a little bit scrappy the last couple of
23.
legs
Carrying require 104.
for Hino, and Armstrong's got 6 here to send us all the way to a deciding leg. He's going to get a dart at tops,
69.
but that drags wide in all.
He integrated the parabolic arc there with his finger. It flop.
A what?
It went through the air and flop and went in the 5.
Carrying require 35.
Less Scotty Dog Mitchell, more Scatman, double 16.
Game
And we
on
go
the
all
sixth
the
leg.
way to a
Darren
deciding
Armstrong.
leg. And this could potentially be the most pivotal leg of the day, in the first game of the day. Because
Seventh
this
and
is how the
final
scenarios will
against
work
Connor
out.
to throw first. Game
Henahan
on.
wins this. He is 6 points clear with Darren Armstrong. He's 4 points clear of the rest of the pack with the other 3 in that mix waiting to play. But if Armstrong can
135.
win it, everybody in the top 5 are within 2 points of one another. And that will be the case no matter what at the end of the first round of fixtures.
174.
And also that puts pressure on those next 3 because all of those next 3 in the table know that they have to beat Henahan when they meet to have any chance of making top spot. So, yeah, the next few minutes is going to be massive for the 3 players behind Connor Henahan as
29.
well as it is for Connor himself.
He's got 6 starts, though, to complete the job from 226.
97.
Big last start there. And himself on 129, which you'll tell me is not one that the pros like.
If your opponent's on 298, you don't mind it. But he's not now. He's left a lovely 164, but 129 is fine. It's a bit of adjustment. Treble 20. Will he go across to 18s? Yeah,
93.
nicely tidied.
Darren require 164.
So this has to go. It still has a chance. Oh, it still has a chance. Wow, what an effort from
139.
Darren Armstrong.
Connor require 36.
Armstrong misses the ball for the match. Henahan to stretch array, double 18. In it goes. The wall from Henahan tells you how significant that victory could be. It puts Darren Armstrong at arm's length. It gives him a temporary 4-point lead at the top of the table. And Connor Henahan had to evade a match start at the bullseye, but he is over the line. That felt nervy at times, but Henahan wins. A 90.76 average, 4 from 8 when it came to the finishing. For Armstrong, 7 missed darts and a double. That was the downfall there. Coming up after the break, Andy Bolton takes on Carlo Vampir. The victor will move on to 14 points and will be a part of the chasing pack. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Conor Henahan pick up a massive 4-3 victory against Darren Armstrong, averaging 90.76, 50% on the finishing. As for Armstrong, well, that could well mark the end of his assault for Group A. These two players very much in the mix, Andy Bolton and Carlo Vampir, going toe-to-toe in our second game of the day. Vampir on debut in this competition, and it's been a fairly solid debut as well. As for Andy Bolton, he's looking to make it through to a third Champions Week. Only a handful of players have ever done that before in the history of the Super Series. The 51-year-old from Ardrossan in Scotland, former last 16 participant of the World Championship, was Carlo Vampir, former semi-finalist on the Challenge Tour. Could be a bit of a contrast of styles, though, in this one, Scott. Carlo likes to go at a fair pace, whereas Andy he's more of a player that goes at a bit of a medium pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, obviously, on day one, I'm not sure whether Andy knew much about Carlo. And Carlo won that one 4-3. Andy readdressed the situation yesterday by winning, so the head-to-head is 1-1. But this is a situation that Andy would like himself to be in. He'd like to have the darts. He'd like to be dictating his own destiny. And 4 from 5 yesterday showed a big comeback into it yesterday. But I was still impressed with Carlo Vampir yesterday. He did some good stuff as well himself. And we commented up here in the commentary box how good his first 9 darts have been. He was a real first dart merchant on the trebles yesterday, but we're now in a different scenario. We're in a different scenario where these guys know they cannot afford to lose to each other, so these can be touchy-feely sort of games. They could be early doors, particularly.
These are the types of days that Andy Bolton relishes, because he's the type of player that loves getting stuck in, loves being in the heat of battle. And today he has got both.
Yeah, and I think the word we're looking for here is experience. I think Andy would have been in this situation many, many times before. And 60. Absolutely relish being in it and come through it a few times. And that's what gives you the confidence to enjoy these days. If you come to these days sort of a little bit wary, a little bit nervous of them, then you can stop yourself. But that is one thing we all know that Andy Bolton will not do.
$85.
And I can imagine it's very easy, or it could be very easy for a player like Andy, when he dropped off the tour, to almost fall out of love with the game a little bit. But if anything, his burning desire to be successful is as strong now as ever. And I think he's pitched his tent quite nicely. Is he going to find a ton-topping finish to kickstart his day? Well, he's done it again, where his first leg of the day has been won with a ton-plus checkout.
Second leg, it's Carlo to throw first. Game on.
He did it on Monday. He does it again today. The first ton topper of the day falls into the grasp of Andy Bolton.
83.
Fifth ton plus shot out of the week. And the timing of it was perfect. Maybe he would have preferred to have done that for a break, but
60.
You don't get to choose these things. They happen when they happen. You're trying to do them every leg that you go for.
43.
I know that Andy does have ambitions to go back on the tour as soon as he possibly can, but I think he's found a bit of a home here at the Super Series, where he's tasted numerous success.
140.
He's going to be playing in the qualifier for the Champion of Champions at the end of this week, the World Seniors event, which is taking place in Blackpool at the end of the month. And he's going to play a little bit of stuff around the WDF circuit or other circuits around the game as well. So he's going to be dipping his finger into a few pies in 2024. And he's the type of player that this situation
81.
with the Super Series, the seniors, it suits him down to the ground. And he's playing at a level where he should taste success in various codes and organisations.
Yeah, there's a very good possibility of that, without doubt. And the situation, Andy, myself, Hendo, all find ourselves in is we've got a little bit of freedom by not having that tour card, and
55.
yeah, we all desperately would like to have one back, and I know I'll probably be going back to Q School next year.
Game shot the second leg.
Nice little
Carlo
tidy
Vampir.
finish from Carlo Vampir there to level it up 1-1.
Thiller gets Andy
But yes,
to throw
it's
first. Game on.
it's a world of opportunity is the darts world now. No matter what part you play within the game.
140.
But also, look, players like yourself, like Andy, as you mentioned, you want to be on the tour. You want to be playing the top 128 players week in, week out, of
134.
course. But when you come back down to this level, how nice is that feeling of feeling like you can win a tournament again? Because probably towards the end of a stint on a Pro Tour circuit, you may not feel that as much.
135.
Well, firstly, right, it doesn't feel like a downward step. What it feels like is that because you've been where you are, you have a target on your back. So players play you slightly
134.
differently than they would play another opponent that maybe hasn't held a tour card. So when you come back, the actual standard is not a lot different. Yeah, the top boys are
100.
doing those big averages at the Pro Tours, but not everybody is. So there's not that big a jump in standard from between here and let's say the Pro Tours.
95.
It's just the situation and
Andy
who deals with
Recoil,
the situation on the day.
126.
But it's great to have the opportunity to do more other things and go back to doing what you do. I find the biggest difference is where we were at the Pro
58.
Tours.
Recoil,
The
138.
throws were perfect. You had space between throws and everything, and you come back off of the tours and you go back to very much more grassroots where the boards are tighter together. You know, the
58.
throws aren't
And
always
you
going to be
record
the same
68.
whether you're on board 1 or board 8 or whatever, whereas you know at the Pro Tours and the Challenge Tours that everything is absolutely perfect.
Tots will be perfect for
Game shot
Bolton.
the
He
third
finds the
leg.
top to lead
Andy
2-1.
Bolton.
Halfway there. Remember, he started
Ball against
yesterday,
Carlo to throw
fifth in the
first.
table,
Game
having won just 2 games on Monday. Made the move on Tuesday. And
96.
that's why we call it moving day. And now he's looking to make another assault on the final day of group action.
$98. $123.
Reminder, after this, we'll see Danny Jansen and Louis Williams in action for the first time today. The mullet against the Prince of
78.
Wales. Never did I ever think that I'd be saying that sentence live on television.
121.
Vampir first to a finish in leg 4. You get the sense that Andy's scoring boots in these legs just asserted him a little bit.
100.
And so the Dutchman is
Carlo
going to have
Recoil,
6 from here.
161.
But you get the sense if he doesn't take it out in 6, Bolton's going to be breathing right down his neck.
97.
He could still be breathing right down his neck with the 140 here.
He just knows when to put the foot down. Vampir 64, and it's under pressure this time. It's going to be a die in his hand, a double 16.
32.
It doesn't go. And this is the
Andy
type of
Recoil,
finish Andy
95.
Bolton is so good at taking out these pop combinations. Two fives.
Yeah, double 5. Lovely dart from
85.
Andy.
Carlo Recoil, 32.
Doesn't quite complete the job, so
Game shot on the 4th leg.
no
Carlo
second
Vampir.
chance needed for Carlo Vampir. He makes it
There
2-2.
gets Andy to throw
Continues
first.
to keep Andy
Game
Bolton honest.
Get the sense this is going to be a day filled with tight, tense matches.
59.
The big question at the
57.
end of play today will be, who's going to be the toast of town here at the Super Series and get the first place through to Saturday night's finals.
140. 86. 168.
Excellent darts for Bolton. Just putting his foot down where it just felt like a little bit of a stalemate was ensuing.
And we're getting to that
92, and he requires 134.
sixth leg again. I know we're still in the fifth, and I shouldn't be talking about the sixth leg, but the sixth leg then is all important. And the pressure will be on Carlo Vampir to hold his throat.
Topped after 12, and Bolton is making his move, and Vampir is going to have to stick by him.
137.
He's left himself on a finish, but Bolton with 3 in hand this week has been fairly proficient.
No score.
But he's gone too far below on the double 10. He's burst the score, and Vampir has an outside shout to the 129. Triple 20 ball. Strays the other side, so Bolton will get a second poke.
42, and he requires 40.
Vampir hasn't put a massive dent in it either. Not that it's going to matter. Bolton moves 3-2 in front.
Snarls at the board. There's Bolton, and now he knows he has to throw with freedom to try and break the Vampir throw so that the pressure is not then put back on him for leg 7.
$100.
And already Bolton stolen the darts after the first visit of this leg.
81.
Feel like a lot of the 1 treble visits for Carlo got turned into 2 treble visits, and just having a look at the score in Power Pack, they're both level on ton plus scores. Well, Andy's just moved in front 7-6 in that department, but in terms of 2 treble visits, 140 plus throws, Bolton's had 6 in comparison 45. To Carlo's 1, and that's affording Andy more opportunities and more chances to get stuck into legs.
And that was Carlo's strong part yesterday. I know we're only in game 1 of the day, but I thought, game 1 of Carlo's day. We are, we are heading to that situation where these guys in mid-pack have got to play one another and beat one another, and maybe that's kind of affected a little bit in this one.
Bolton closes in. A victory in game 2 of the day.
100.
Good to see you're tentatively watching, Scott.
Carlo's game 1.
Well, Andy Bolton's on for the red pen leg. 4 tons leads 101 for the game to be done. Well, it can still be done. Triple 20 tops. He's got the 1 off.
26.
Doesn't go. And doesn't put a massive dent in. Vampir 137 to save it.
And Carlo will be happy to see that as well. It's still not going for him, but now he can leave it tidy.
97.
Bolton should get 1 dart, may get 2. It's going to be 1. It's going to be at double top.
And it's going to be pinned, and Andy Bolton knew the significance of that win, because it means it's going to be him that is going to be piling the pressure upon Connor Henahan at the top of the table. For Carlo Vampir, that opening defeat could be so seismic for him, because he's in a position where it may not just cost him Group A glory, it may well cost him Group B. 92.08 for Andy Bolton. The big telling stat for me in that game is the 3rd one down on that graphic, the 140 plus. 6 for Bolton, 1 for Vampir. It gave Andy so many more opportunities. And then when it came to the doubling, he was prolific. 4 for 9, as you can see there. Kick-started the game as well, the 116 checkout. Bolton beats Vampir 4-2. Coming up after the break, Danny Jansen takes on Louis Williams. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Andy Bolton get the better of Carlo Vampir by 4-2. Good quality game. Bolton averaging 92.08, 4 from 9 on the doubles, 116 checkout, but his scoring prowess just overpowering Vampir in the end. Well, we're looking to see what we're going to get from Louis Williams on day 3. He improved on day 2 from day 1, did the Prince of Wales, and he is looking to, first of all, enjoy himself on this Wednesday. Enjoy the surroundings of the stage, build a bit of confidence, and then move into an assault for Group C action on Thursday and Friday. He can't qualify for Group B, so he's all about just getting some reps under his belt. He takes on Danny Jansen, the mullet, who we're happy to report is feeling better this morning. Felt a little bit of a sickness bug on Tuesday, did the mullet, but he's in a fine fettle of health for this morning. As for Louis, the Prince of Wales,
First leg, it's
hoping
Danny
to be
throw
the king of the
first.
day.
Game on.
21 and 22 years of age. The referee's 26. The commentator's 23. And I've got a player who plays in the World Seniors alongside me in the commentary box.
Only just playing the World Seniors. I'm not,
46.
well past it or anything. Absolutely. We won't start going through the ages of all those in the gantry.
42.
I'm that old, when Facebook went wrong yesterday, I thought I was getting hacked.
45.
And then I saw it on the news and it was real. So, yeah, I put my login back in and
81.
tried to get back into it. But, yeah.
Was that
So-
during the regional news?
It was during the regional news, yes.
Was that before or after you tried to find Doris's
95.
lost cat?
Absolutely. There was a bear on there with socks, but if a bear's got socks on, does it still have bear's feet?
$45.
Already, and I know we've only seen a few visits from Louis, but things just look better.
100.
Yeah, positive thinking.
125. Louis record 153.
Can't win the group, but goodness me, he can stop somebody from winning it. And
28.
even
Yeah,
though
he has a chance to be the spoiler today without doubt, because he has more than the ability to be the spoiler.
65. Louis record
Good thinking from Danny Jansen there. Leaves himself a shot without having to hit a treble.
50.
Louis tried to do exactly the same there, had a bit of a
80.
deflection off the flight, but still does it. 25 and ball here, surely. 64, treble
32.
16.
Louis requires 75.
tops
55.
drags below, and so Jansen for the first leg.
48.
2 in hand at double 16.
Game shot.
Found first time of asking.
Danny
Jansen
Jansen.
leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Louis to throw.
And what must be going through Danny's head here is that this is kind of a must-win game for him because of the way that Louis has played so far this week.
45.
But he would have looked at the fixtures this morning and thinking, yeah, that's a good start for me to have to play Louis.
121.
But for me, it's a potential banana skin.
Well, Louis in a situation where
100.
he's just got to focus on himself and focus on his own game. And if he does that, then we'll see the best from him. He did play in a local competition
124.
in the Hampshire area last night just to get some more match reps in and to get a confidence. Won a couple of games there.
96.
Deep in the main competition.
Not a bad thing to do if you're
99.
sort of struggling and waning here and you need a little bit of match practice. So fair play to him for doing that.
85. Danny require 157.
Jansen's got 6 from 157. Can't take it out first time of asking, but we'll do a proficient job of
141.
setting up to leave double 8 after 12. Just beginning to motor through the gears, wanting a scrappy end to the first leg.
59. Danny requires 16.
2 8s. 2-0, and
second
Jansen's
leg.
beginning
Danny
to build up
Jansen.
a head of steam.
Third leg, it's Danny
thing
to
I've
throw
found
first.
about
Game on.
Watching Danny over the last few days, and we haven't seen much of him on a stage like this.
57.
A lot of the times that we've seen Danny play, it's been on the Pro Tour, which you can get a different vibe of a player from there. But watch him on the stage over the last couple of days or so is he
34.
almost has an all-encompassing aura on the stage.
Yeah, he does. I think he's a very confident type person. He puts his foot to the hockey and
100.
believes he's going to hit tons of 180s every time he visits. And I think I like that about him. I think that shows, even though he's
95.
21 or 22 years old, let's not forget he's won a Pro Tour as well. He's won a Pro Tour event. So he has
43.
pedigree. And that always helps with the confidence and the persona that you have when you're on the board. But I don't remember him being any different since I've sort of known him when he was 13, 14 years old, when I first noticed him playing youth stuff in Holland. He's always had a presence at the board. And all top players have that.
81.
You got to be careful when you say things like that, because then you
59.
can misconstrue a character in the wrong way. Because actually, if you have a chat with Danny off the board, he's a very easygoing guy.
He's a farmer, mate. He's like me. He's glass half full.
56.
It's never half empty. We're that sort.
Farmers Union in full support today.
Absolutely. You can get kicked by a cow or a horse. You
59.
think, oh, well, I've just been kicked by a
Maybe
cow or a horse. Could be worse. I
164.
could have been kicked twice. And that's how we think. We never said we were normal.
53.
So we've had pigeons and lettuce and now being kicked by horses.
You only want to get kicked by a horse once. You don't do it too often in your life, I'll tell you. Horses are
58.
horrible.
Danny require 111.
Well,
Cows hurt. They're not too bad, but horses, wow.
Well, Jansen hoping not to buckle here.
Indeed, he's got
51.
to ride the storm.
136.
Well, this would be a nice moment for Louis. This would be a bit of a settler, but the 136 isn't going to go, and
80.
just get the sense that he had a
Danny
good start to this
60.
game, but just a couple of Jansen jabs has just put him back down onto the canvas a little bit. His tots are 3-0.
Game shot on the third.
It's been very similar
Danny
for Louis
Jansen.
all week. He has made good starts to some games, and then he'll have
Well,
a
Vegas and
1-3-6
Louis
or
sets
something like
right
that, and then hit a big
Game.
one, and then it's sort of like you can see him start just gnawing away at his whole confidence, and that's been the sad thing for him
100.
this week. I do really think that Louis Williams is going to
80.
be one that benefits going into that Group C, getting more games and having 0 on the board with everybody else and starting again.
45.
Something I say a lot here in the commentary box as well is, for a player that struggles in Group A,
100.
you've got to effectively treat the next group you play in as a completely new tournament, because you've got 3 players coming in that haven't played before, so they've got no form line whatsoever. And so you've got to treat it
134.
in the same kind of way as they are.
Yeah, absolutely right, Henry. It is like a new tournament and a new day, because that's the
95.
way the guys that are coming into the Group see it. They won't have been around on the first couple of days, and maybe they may watch today and have a look to see who's going to drop into the
58.
group that they're in, because it's always interesting to know who you're playing. So I'm sure that those guys will be having a look at today's proceedings and having a look at players who they didn't know,
140. Louis record
that maybe dropping into
164.
their group and getting a eye on what they're doing.
64.
Well, it was a better
Danny
leg
McQuarrie,
this from Louis, but
86.
Jansen for the match. 86 to complete a 4-0 victory. That's a bit of a slip. But it's a great recovery with the second dart to leave himself tops of the match and a
Game
4-0
shot
win.
and the match.
And you can see by the
Danny
outtake of
Jansen.
emotion there by Danny Jansen how pivotal that can be, because it puts him in the mix. 3 plays split by 2 points at the top of the table. Vampir just a bit further back. We have got a race for the line. For Louis Williams, well, there are some positives you can take from that. There was a couple of good legs in there. He'll just want to try and string it together for the entirety of a match. Jansen, 4-0 the victory there. Coming up after the break is Darren Armstrong and Andy Bolton. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Louis Williams by 4-0, averaging 80.16, 4 out of 5 on the double. So the first round has been completed today. This is how the table occupies itself. Conor Henahan is still top of the table, but he had to evade a match start from Darren Armstrong to get there. Danny Jansen, with that win before the break, moves on to 14 points. And the other winner in the first round of fixtures was Andy Bolton, 4-2 against Carlo Vampir. And so it is 16-14, 14-12 as far as the top four in the group are concerned. So next up for us, it's Darren Armstrong up against Andy Bolton. Darren, who averaged 92.24 in that defeat to Henahan, had an opportunity to go on and win that particular match, takes on Andy Bolton. If you look at the way these two played in their first match, this should be another really tight encounter.
Yeah, it should, and what a tough opening up there for Darren Armstrong. And we said before the Henahan game that if he could have turned that one over, then this would have proved a lot more significant and would have tightened the table right up. And you can now see how just one result, even at this early stage in the day, is making massive differences on the Group A table.
58.
They are 1-1 in heads-to-heads, these two.
Andy Bolton goes in the 8-11 favourite to win this match, whilst Darren Armstrong can be quoted at even money with the odds compilers. It is 18 plus begambleaware.org in the
43.
United Kingdom. You're having a flutter on the Super Series. If you are joining us from around the world, do check with your local authorities as to the restrictions and terms and conditions on having a flutter on the MODUS Super Series.
140.
And this was what were the keys to Andy's victory against Carlo Vampir in the first game, was his 2-treble prowess. And 6 of them compared to Carlo's 1, and it just afforded him more opportunities. And there were opportunities he took. He was 4 for 9 on the doubles in that match.
So all you want to do as a dart player, give yourself opportunities. Whether you go and get them from there, that's down to you and your bottle at the time you need it. And there's one thing we don't ever doubt with Andy Bolton. That's bottle. We've seen him have bottle against the very best players in the world on the Pro Tours.
100. Darren McCoy, 167.
Armstrong 167 isn't going to go. Andy Bolton's already taken out this 104 twice this week.
119. Andy McCoy, 104.
Took it out twice on Monday. He's already had a 116 today. It's the only 10 plus out we've seen so far today.
88. Darren McCoy, 48.
As Armstrong returns for the 48. 8 for tops or 1-0 lead.
8.
Grazes the wire.
16.
Bolton's back for the break. Nudges the wire, but that should be the perfect guide. Or was it too close to the wire?
Darren McCoy, 40.
He was getting further and further and further away, wasn't he?
Game shot in the first leg. Darren Armstrong.
Well, Bolton licked his lips and Armstrong gave it the big licks. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's
What
Andy
about
to
calling
throw
him
first.
X Factor? We
Game
should call him Quasi.
I get a feeling that that reaction might be used at some point on our social media
97.
pages.
It's a little bit like the Merv King, really? On many social media outlets that you can get.
100.
Yeah, I think there's a few memes that can be made for that. When you find out it's fajitas for tea.
140.
We love a Mexican night in the Deacon household.
133.
We can't even spell it in the Mitchell household. Mexican. So I got a Z in there somewhere.
140.
However, the recovery from Bolton in this leg has been good. Back-to-back 140s, leads them a 1-2-4 after 9 to square this game back up.
46, and Iraq 124.
2-8.
Game
Oh,
shot the
yes.
second leg. Andy Bolton.
Absolutely superb. It was finished with real clinicism from Andy Bolton to level up at 1-1.
Third against Darren to throw first. Game on. 137.
Clinicism, is that a word? Have I got to phone Kirk Bevins and check that out?
If you ring Kirk Bevins up, you'll be there for half an hour because he'll be talking about the plural and unplural versions of it.
Yeah, you got a fine point. I better phone Susie Dent instead.
100.
I reckon that could be an idea for a brand new
137.
feature on the Super Series YouTube channel. Do a darts does countdown, a bit like the 8 out of 10 cats does countdown.
122.
I'd be all right taking the old things out the boxes and putting them on the wall. I don't think I could do anything else like spelling.
Yeah, it'd have to be the numbers round.
100.
We'd have to do a letters
Number
round.
142.
142 for Armstrong. Doesn't go. Question is, who do you have in dictionary corner here at the Super Series?
Too many options. Too many
64.
options here.
Well, Armstrong here, 78 to go, 2-1 up. It's been a game dominated by the player who's
100.
thrown first
And
in
your
legs
record,
thus
78.
far. And he's going to get a dart at tops, and Bolton's already taken out a 1-2-4 in this game.
58.
He's already taken out a
And
104
Iraq
this week.
104.
Is he going to do it again? Not on this occasion.
Yeah, made it difficult for
52.
himself with the first dart blocking the
Record
treble
20.
20. So had to come out for the 16s.
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh,
Darren
wait,
Armstrong.
in comes Darren Johnson. Darren Armstrong Johnson.
Fourth leg, it's
Yeah, I
Andy
didn't say
to
Darren
throw
Anderton.
first.
At least I said a dart
Game on.
player. Yeah. Anyway, a lovely double, Sandy. Was nonchalant. He headed straight in and just kind of threw it as soon as his foot got to the hockey, didn't he? It was no
137.
messing around.
Darren Armstrong must think we hate him. Oh, I think he thinks the dartboard
77.
hates him as well.
Yeah, he had a couple yesterday like that, didn't he? That were flight on flight, and then they stopped the forward propulsion of the dart, and then there's just not enough power to,
140.
when it hits the board, it just drops out because it doesn't hold on. And of course, with the new points rule, you can't mess with your points within
58.
15 mil of the tip and rough them up or anything silly like that. If you over rough them and the referee catches you, he can ask you to use another set of
41.
darts.
Again, another leg where the player
100.
on throw is in charge of proceedings. Bolton has 6 and 183 to square up at 2-2.
Well, all of our
99.
first 3 previous matches today have all gone with the darts.
42. And he required 84.
Well, the pattern be broken in this one, but Andy Bolton has got to find a break of throw to achieve that.
$52.
Well, Bolton leads double 16 to square this game up.
140.
Armstrong, though, putting it under severe pressure with that 2 treble visit.
Game shot on
Not
the
that it's
fourth
going to
leg.
matter.
Andy Bolton.
Level we are, 2-2. It's a best of 3. And we were saying that Darren Armstrong, after that defeat to Conor Henahan, could play
Vegas,
the
Darren
ultimate
to
role
throw
of
first.
spoiler. He could begin
Game
to
on.
play that role here. He beats Bolton.
58.
That opens up the door for Henahan and Jansen. Henahan's got Louis Williams next. Jansen's got Vampir after that.
96. $140.
Just when Armstrong was looking out of the picture, he pops up with a 140.
60.
Armstrong's doing all of his business on throwing this match. He's
95.
representative in the averages where there is, well, there was prior to that visit a 9-point gap between the pair. In Andy's favour.
50.
But this leg very much in Armstrong's favour. He's got 6 on 208 to take the lead at 3-2.
100.
Bolton needs to find a couple of trebles here. Finds the first of them.
99. Darren require.
But here's another
108.
6.
You don't ever think that it's 6 from here when you're playing.
90.
You want it to be 3 from here every time you visit the board.
Because this double 9 could be under all sorts of scrutiny.
100.
He's left
Darren
a
require
2
18.
dart out. But he's
Game's
not
on
going
the
to get a
fifth
go
leg.
at it. Armstrong
Darren
3-2 to the good. He's a leg away from providing what will be the first real spoil of the final day of the group.
Sick leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
I think you're absolutely right, Henry. It could be the first spoil of the group. But Mr. Bolton has other ideas with a lovely
136.
double treble visit. With his first visit of leg 6.
Randy knows that he's just got to try and
60.
find 2 good legs, string 2 good legs together. And actually, we've been saying for so long this week that he's had spells where for a couple of legs at a time, he's been nigh on unplayable.
100.
Yeah, agreed. And once again, he's started on his own throw here. Absolutely superbly. It's a dream start.
59.
Double treble visit. Obviously, it'd be more of a dream if he hit a 180 last throw, but or maybe he could hit it this throw instead.
140.
But he'll happily take the 140 a move. 125 after 9. To take us all the way to a last leg decider. Treble 20 tops. Not to be, but he has got as
61.
much time as one could want.
Yeah, he sure has.
95. And he requires 64.
Another one of those for 32. He's been very prolific on that section of the
48.
board. Has time on his side.
95. And he requires 16.
Double 8. To take us the distance.
No score.
An uncharacteristic miss
number
with 3 darts in hand for
134.
Andy Bolton means that Armstrong's got an outside chance of winning the match. It's an impossible chance now. And so Bolton returns for double 8 to
40.
take
And
us
he
to leg
requires
7
16.
for the second time today. It means that Darren Armstrong would have played the full quota of legs so far today. Because he
Game's on
lost
the
out
sixth
4-3
leg.
to Connor
Andy
Henahan.
Bolton.
And once again, he's been sent to a last leg decider. This time by Andy Bolton, but this time compared to last
7
time,
for
Darren has
Vampir.
the
It's Darren to
darts.
throw first. Game on. $83.
Dream start with the first dart, but we'll be disappointed that he didn't follow it in with one of the next 2. Andy Bolton there
19.
has left the door open,
100.
and that was an important last for Armstrong.
Well, as an absolute minimum, Bolton needs a 2-triple visit here. And now it's in the arms and the hands of Darren Armstrong. He worked hard to get that win against Vampir. He's worked hard to
79.
afford himself the opportunity in this match, but his average has dropped about 10 points over the last couple of legs. And Armstrong's been so good on throw, so good on throw throughout the duration of this game. And he's using it to his advantage in the leg that matters the most.
92.
Left himself on a finish. He's going to
60.
get time on the finish as well. 147 for the match.
Sometimes you don't want time. You just want to get on and get out. You don't want to be looking over your shoulder thinking, well, I've got time here, because generally it takes you all the time you need. And sometimes you even let your opponent come down and have a double.
$60. Darren, you require 58.
So Armstrong it is then, 58. Close the match out for a massive, massive turntable in Group A, and that's exactly what's happened.
Darren Armstrong
Used the dart lovely on that double top wire. It's a 4-3 win for Darren Armstrong over Andy Bolton. Andy Bolton has to go back in and lick his wounds. We can see from the averages, it was a bit of a tense one, that, but it's Darren Armstrong that comes through. We head into a short break and we'll return with Louis Williams against Connor Henahan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that man in your picture there, Connor Henahan, has got the opportunity to stretch 4 clear once again at the top of the table, because before the break, one of his rivals for top spot, Andy Bolton, Was beaten in the last leg decider by Darren Armstrong by 4 legs to 3. Armstrong averaging 82.5, who had a 10 on the doubles in that one. Well, Louis Williams is hoping to play the role of spoiler in this particular match. The Welshman who's still yet to pick up his first win at the Super Series. Well, no time would be better than now. If he could get the better of Henahan, he really would spoil the party and really open up the door for Danny Jansen when he takes on Carlo Vampir in the next one. For Louis, there was encouraging signs. There was some good legs, but the next step now is putting that all together into one complete package.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game
And
on.
as far as the group goes, we've got the green bottle scenario here. There will be one green bottle left on the wall. Who will it be?
134.
Well, they'd be hoping that he doesn't accidentally fall in this game.
134.
Both of these played in a local competition last night. Connor actually won the plate
93.
competition. So, worst case scenario for Henahan, he has got one victory under his belt this week. He's won something here this
98.
week. Although, in fairness, some of the competition was better than others.
60.
Yeah, I've been attending that said competition myself. I think I won the one before Christmas and the one just after. So
180.
I like it. I think it's great practice.
Yeah, some good draws, though, in that, if you
85.
can
Connie
work
require
your way out
89.
nicely. Henahan 89 for the first leg. And a breaker throw. His two in hand, a double 16. Can he just nudge it across off the barrel?
Game
Yes, is the
on
answer. He's
first
so
leg.
good, isn't he, when
Conor
that
Henahan.
dart pitches like that on double 16 or double 8. Show of respect there from Louis Williams.
Second,
But
it's Connor to
when
throw
that
first.
dart just hits the wire like that, he can use the guide so nicely just to bump it off the barrel and into the bed.
Yeah, he is very good
140.
at that. And lots of players can get a dart that's too close to the double or treble.
100.
And you then can't use it because you know it's going to deflect off to the other side. But the way that Connor's setup works for him is he really
57.
can put a couple of darts on a pinhead if need be. And that last double 16 was the situation where he did
55.
exactly that.
$140.
And although things have been tight, there's never really been a time at the end of a round where Henahan has not been top of the
85.
table. He's still been able to maintain the
164.
clubhouse lead where and when possible as he looks for the 164. He's got 6 from here
124.
and he leaves tops after 12. In the early stage of this game, he's averaging 120. Louis Williams is averaging just under 87.5. It's actually been one of his best performances this week.
100.
But he must be thinking it's sod's law
Only
because
require
Henahan's
40.
come out like a steam train in this game. 13
Into the
darts are
second leg.
inbound, 2
Conor
nearly
Henahan.
leads, averaging 120.
Third against Louis to throw first.
That is a man who is saying, I am staying top spot and I'm going to throw the darts to keep me there.
44.
We've seen him have enigmatic spells. The first night he hit 9 darter here under this roof in Portsmouth. He had back-to-back games where he averaged 115
100.
and 107. He can go on industrial spells.
125.
Much more like it from Louis. We've been saying this all week. He's too good a player not to at
96.
some point click into life. It's just ironic that the game that he's really found top gear, the other guy is throwing in excess of 115.
$123.
Henahan continues to smash the
59.
treble 20.
Louis require 152.
152. Another one of them. Double 16.
120.
And I think he half fancied that to go as well. Henahan 122 for the double break. This would hurt. This would be a dagger to the heart. Oh,
shot
that
the
is
third leg.
horrid for Louis
Connor
Williams,
Henahan.
but so superb for Connor. 3-0, averaging 112.
I think it's Connor to throw first.
When your luck's out, Louis boy, your luck is out. Ouch, ouch,
96.
ouch.
Henahan has gears.
140.
We asked the question, how is he going to feel coming into today? Dodged a bullet in that game against Darren
58.
Armstrong, and I think he'd admit that as well. But in this game, he has put his front foot forward. And where he's seen an opportunity after the defeat from Bolton, he has ran with it.
81.
Absolutely, and poor Louis Williams there must have been stood behind watching dart after dart going, it's coming up, it's coming up,
59.
it's coming up, it's there. A right gorillas moment, that was, a right gorillas moment for Louis Williams.
85.
Their only number one hit as well, that. Just add that to the subject.
Have me and you swapped seats?
180.
Max to Henahan. And that 180 puts him on the cusp of a 4-0 win. He's averaging 109.38 in this game. He's taken out a
83.
1-2-2.
Require 108.
Can he finish it off with a ton topper? He's missed the big number. He's hit every treble inside, but when he's come to the big number, there's no find.
68. Louis require 112.
Comes back for tops if Williams doesn't take out the 112. Well, still an opportunity. It's the bullseye.
$79.
No, it wasn't in
40.
for the match.
Yeah, that wasn't there.
One more in hand.
Go,
And Henahan stretches his lead at the top of the
Connor
table. He
Henahan.
now has a stranglehold on Saturday night. He beats an improved Louis Williams with his best performance of the week by some margin. Into the 90s. But Connor Henahan was up and away. And he may be up and away in terms of the top of the Group A table. An average of 103.66. It was in excess of 120 after 2 legs. He took out that 1-2-2 when Louis Williams was threatening to get a leg on the board and then ran away to a 4-0 victory. Coming up after the break, Danny Jansen looking to keep tabs with Connor at the top of the table. If Carlo Vampir beats him, then it is all in the hands of Henahan in a couple of matches' time. Right, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Conor Henahan put in a blockbuster performance. Only the second ton plus average of the week. And both of them are come by the Irishman. 103.66 in getting the better of a much better version of Louis Williams by 4 legs to nil. 4 from 7 on the doubles for Henahan and a 1-2-2 checkout, putting the game in his favour. Next up for us, Danny Jansen and Carlo Vampir going toe-to-toe. And if Carlo wins this game, are we beginning to get to the beginning of the end scenario as far as the group is concerned, and Henahan will have a 4-point lead with 6 left to play for?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think we were,
to throw first.
like I say, they've been dropping
Game
like
on.
flies now in this first sort of couple of blocks, and I think it's the only one really that can
140.
get close now. It's probably Danny Jansen after this game. Should he become victor?
180.
Maximum start for Danny Jansen.
But then looking ahead to the
100.
fixtures, he has Andy Bolton next, who is quite happy to play the spoiler now, isn't he? Will Jansen win this one or not?
57.
Yeah, he was praying for a defeat against Louis Williams in that last game.
140.
But Vampir here has got off to a good start, leaving a finish after 9. And since the maximum, a dry visit from Jansen has put him in all sorts of peril in this first leg.
38. Carlo record 121.
Yeah, these two are 1-1 in head-to-heads as well. Danny lost out to Carlo
41.
on day 1, 4-3. When Carlo had the darts, and Danny beat Carlo with the darts yesterday. So
91. Carlo require
going
80.
on that, Carlo should win. But that's not exactly how it works
Game
with
shown
darts.
the first leg. Carlo Vampir.
14 dart start for Carlo Vampir. Quick fire, rapid stuff on the
Second
Dutchman.
against
He
Danny
needs
to throw
1-0.
first. Game on.
Yeah, definitely a change of pace for him in this one to when he played Andy Bolton just a few games ago.
96.
Just a reminder how the groups break down for the
137.
rest of the week here at the Super Series. Group C is going to be the afternoon action tomorrow. We know Louis Williams is going to be there.
85.
Looks likely David Armstrong's going to be there. And we'll find out who takes that third, fourth spot as to who the other player will be in C.
95.
But Alex Small, Derek Coulson, Jack Mail joining the field there. Whilst Group B will be occupied of Justin Smith, Lee Cox and Mike Norton.
98.
And we're getting reports that Mike Norton's back to his best after an operation. Justin Smith
41.
always tends to get through to a Saturday. And Lee Cox is so desperate to get through to a Saturday night.
31.
Yeah, I was in a group with Justin Smith when I was last here, and I'd never really met him to speak to properly before, and what a character he is.
58.
We have a tendency with dart players, we don't leave our darts anywhere. Justin leaves his all over the place. He's quite happy to leave his in a case behind. I think he put them in the fridge one night, overnight.
101.
He didn't take them with him back to the hotel, he just left them here. Most dart players will not let their darts leave their side, but no,
Danny
Justin
required
wasn't
90.
too worried.
90 for Jansen to level up at 1-1. And a bit of a slip.
50.
Recovers the
Oliver Quinn,
situation if this
112.
112 doesn't go. But a dart at tops of Vampir
92.
would have made it 2-0.
Danny require 40.
And so the target Vampir's just missed. It's the target that Jansen wants.
Game
And
shown
in
the
we
second
are.
leg.
Level we are.
Danny
1-1.
Third gets Carlo to throw first. Game on. $49.
Can I have a look at the
30.
side-on angle or the way the players throw and the actions of the players. For Carl, it's very much like his brother Barry, isn't it? The drawback and the release.
Yeah, very similar.
96.
But then with Barry being the younger brother, Carlo probably taught him how to throw.
It's an action where not much can go
60.
wrong. Whereas for Danny, there is just a little bit of a push, isn't there? Just a little bit of an extension of the shoulder as he releases the dart.
96.
Even though his foot comes off the floor at the back when he releases the dart, his actual body doesn't go forward too much at all as a movement. It's more of a up than a forward.
41. Carlo require 112.
All I know, I've been on the tail end of his throw a few times and it's very successful.
This could be successful.
Game
That's a
shot
112
the
for
third
Vampir to lead
Carlo
2-1.
Vampir.
If at first you don't succeed, you try again, and sometimes you get your just
Well, then it's Danny
awards,
to
and
throw
that's
first.
exactly
Game
what
on.
Carlo Vampir got there, 2-1.
And that is Carlo Vampir's 5th ton plus shot
58.
out of the week. That puts him right up there with Andy Bolton, who's on 6.
57.
So they're chasing each other in the ton plus stats count. They're not far away from one another in the table either.
95.
Well, what it does do is if Vampir wins this game, Henahan stretches away, and you pretty much then, you'd think, barring a
59.
Connor collapse, looking at second, third and fourth all tied on points. Darren Armstrong only a couple of points behind. You're looking at a tasty
44.
battle to see who plays the afternoon and who plays the evening. And if you're Louis Williams, well, you can dictate who you want and you don't want playing in the afternoon and evening by beating whoever you can.
46.
Yeah, there's still 2 or 3 players mid-group there where it's destination unknown.
Somebody's been listening to the radio this
81.
morning. Who let the dog out?
96.
Who indeed?
$100.
Ton leaves Jansen on a finish. Vampir could do with a couple of trebles here.
100.
Finds one to leave
And he
himself on an
require
out.
123.
Is this leg going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3? Double 9. Yes, it
Game shot
is.
on the
And
fourth
Danny
leg.
Jansen cancelled out
Danny
the ton
Jansen.
topper of the last leg with one of his own. And level we are at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Carlo to throw
Yeah, that's his
first.
biggest shot of the week
Game
so far. He has produced a 103 and a 105, but right at the right time. So 1, 2, 3
60.
for Jansen, and it gives us parity and 2-2 in the match. It's now a best of 3 shootout.
98.
And this will set the wheels in motion as to what we're going to see for the rest of the day. Make no
140.
mistake about that. Carlo wins, we're looking at a Group B shootout. If Jansen wins, we've still got a battle at the top to contend with.
59.
And remember, Jansen and Henahan are yet to play each other today. As a matter of fact, just having a look at the fixture card,
100.
they meet in game 12. So that's the last game of the penultimate round of fixtures. It could either send Henahan directly through,
37.
or it could mean that we go down to the last round of fixtures. And in that scenario, Connor Henahan takes on Andy Bolton, and Danny Jansen takes on Darren Armstrong.
134.
But that could be rendered irrelevant if Vampir can win this game, and that 1-3-4 leads him down to a 2-dart out to move 3-2 to the goods.
45. Carlo requires 67.
2-8 for
Game shot on the
14
fifth
darter.
leg.
This has been a
Carlo
real
Vampir.
good contest. 2-ton plus out, so 14 darter there for Vampir, and he's a leg away from
Sixth leg,
victory.
it's Danny to throw first.
Yeah, a match
Game
that both players are playing with lots of freedom. They obviously know each other from the Dutch ranking circuit.
100.
Both ADC qualifiers from Europe.
115.
Yeah, Jansen just dropping off of the PDC Pro Tours. He's not made many appearances AC European action, although that will be an intention going forward, I'm sure. So
58.
he did receive an automatic wildcard pick from the ADC, whilst Carlo Vampir qualified through the
55.
EQT, which is the European Qualifying Tour. Darius Labanowski is also going to be representing ADC Europe later on in this
100.
series under a wildcard banner. Brian Man as well, recently dropped off the tour.
125.
The European ADC Tour started back in February 17th and 18th, not long ago, and Jimmy Vansky won one of the
92.
tournaments. He's been here before. Carlo actually made the semi-finals in that one. Mike van Dijvenbode has also won one of them, and
76.
Carlo made the quarters at
151.
that. And our friend Marino Michaels, who's been here, he won the third one, beating Jimmy Vansky in the final.
91.
I think the next one, and the new one is 20th of April. I think there's one in Belgium now with ADC Europe coming up 20th of April. And yesterday they announced an extended European tour, which includes
82.
going to Greece and Cyprus for tournaments. So ADC Europe are really on the move. There's no two ways about it. And we're going to see more new faces.
Is Jansen on the move? 210s.
Game
We
shown
go
the sixth
all
flag.
the way.
Danny
Vampir
Jansen.
has missed a match start at the bullseye. But he has the
Seventh
darts
and
in
final
this
against
last
Carlo
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
Jansen trying to rile himself up in the background.
86.
And that slip into the treble two with the last dart may have just opened up the door somewhat.
60.
Both players know the significance of this leg. You can tell that there's some nervy darts being thrown here.
100.
You can tell it and you can smell it.
$95.
You can smell the tension like an odour in the air. But at the moment,
45.
these two players are thinking one thing. It's got to be an heure de perform.
Rather than an eau de toilette.
99.
Well, Jansen Sotsa winning the group would go down the pan with defeat here. And a 140 leaves Vampir. Another poke at the 130. He missed the bullseye for it for the match in the last leg.
Let's put Jansen under immense pressure.
23.
And that bounce out he just did not need.
Although you require 130.
He's got 6. And Conor Henahan is
94.
putting up a chair wherever he is right now, and he is probably enjoying every single part of this. Vampir comes back with 3 darts in his hand,
40.
a double 18 for a win.
36.
That would put Henahan 4 clear at the top. Nervy dart, looks across at the scoreboard. He's not going to attempt the double 9. He splits for double 8.
20.
He's going to come back for more, but under how much pressure? It's just not happened for Jansen in this last leg.
68.
And so Vampir steps up
Carlo
once again
requires 16.
for the match. Double 4. And it is
Game
advantage
shot and
Henahan
match.
at the top of the
Carlo
table
Vampir.
as Carlo Vampir gets the better of Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 3. Henahan now 4 clear at the top of the group. But what we may have is a real almighty battle for the Group B C slots later on in the week. That's easy to say, isn't it? An 88.29 average for Carlo Vampir. 4 from 11 on the doubles. Both players have a ton plus out in that match. And so Henahan has a 4-point cushion with 6 left to play for in the group. Next up, Darren Armstrong against Louis Williams. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds of matches on the final day's action in Group A, and it is very much advantage Conor Henahan at the top of the table. He has won both of his games so far today. The only player to win a game against Fro as well in the opening 2 rounds worth of fixtures, and in the last round he has seen slip-ups from the 2 players that were chasing the most vigorously at the top of the group, Andy Bolton and Danny Jansen, both losing out 4-3 to Darren Armstrong and Carlo Vampir respectively. That means in terms of the league standings, Henahan has a 4-point cushion at the top of the table. There's only 6 points left to play for, with 3 games left for the rest of the field. Jansen, Bolton, Vampir on 14, Armstrong on 12, and if Darren Armstrong here can get the better of Louis Williams, we are going to have 4 players pitching their tent on 14 points, which could, Scott Mitchell, lead the way to a real battle royale for the final spot in Group B.
Yeah, it could. We said this was going to be an interesting group right to the end, and that's the way it's going to turn out.
Now, Darren Armstrong in action here against Louis Williams. Now, he's going to be throwing an odd dart in this game. Now, we hear that there's been another issue with a point snap, and so he's going to be playing with an odd dart. So 2 of one variety and 1 of another variety. We can see it on the shot here. The first dart at the top of the board and the other 2 are completely different. Now, I don't know whether you've been in a scenario like this before, Scott, but just put yourself in the mind that you had to be in that particular position. What would be the mindset or the thoughts? Because I suppose the touch and the feel of the darts are going to be different.
Yeah, they are, but as long as the barrel shape is the same and the point length is the same, then, you know, there's not a lot of difference, but it's what you tell your head. Your head knows that one of them is different, and that makes life very difficult. I've not been that unlucky to actually break 2 points in a week. I've done it with 1, and I was playing in the singles final, and I swapped to a totally different dart of the nearest person that was stood to me, which was a massive mistake, but since that day, I have never not carried spare darts in my case. So that's a lesson to everybody. At least Darren is able to continue on because he's using the darts that he was using for the first day and a half, or 1 of the darts, because he carries a spare set. There is the line of thought that if you carry a spare set of darts in your case and you lose your dart case, you lose 2 sets of darts and not just the 1. But I would go with the situation where you could break a point, and that's the safest way to carry 2 sets.
60.
This is why a lot of players, when they go abroad now, certain manufacturers, they have those Swiss point darts, don't they, where you can actually take the point out, so you can actually take your darts with you in your hand luggage when you go abroad, which means it alleviates that possibility.
Yeah, and I believe there's another company now doing a conversion kit that you can push in with a darts repointer
76.
into your point so that you can then have a screw-in point within it. How technology has gone forward. I remember the day when you had 3 shapes of flight,
60.
3 lengths of stem,
40.
and that was it. But now life has changed.
Is Armstrong going to be on point in this first leg?
Yeah,
Yes
he's
is
on
the
the
answer.
first
He
leg.
only needed 2
Darren
darts to
Armstrong.
complete that. 1-0 he leads.
What I am actually noticing is that he's not
Second
really
is Louis
bothered
to throw
which one he
first.
throws first. I would be picking one out to throw at first and then throw the other 2, or do you leave the one you're not
140.
familiar with last? And those combinations don't go. But here we go, he's thrown it first that time. So do you throw the odd dart at double top on a 120 combination? Then your first 2 are okay.
I'll tell you who is the expert in our
100.
commentary team on this matter, Laura Turner, because you may remember the first time she played at the Lakeside, she played with odd darts.
She has always played with odd darts since the day that I
81.
knew her. She said, oh yeah, one. I think she lost 1 and it rolled under the skirting board or something and down into the... I can't remember whatever the story was, but she ended up
85.
throwing 3 odd darts, and it's only more recently since she signed to a dart company that she's actually used 3 darts the same. And to be fair, she's playing better now than ever.
Yeah, Lord Turner, part of our commentary team here at the Super Series. We'll see you again in the not too distant
100.
future. Williams again continuing to improve. Kind of got blindsided by Conor Henahan, who went a bit berserk in his previous match, but he's continuing to play to a similar level. And he's going to get 6 darts here from 76. Now, this will be for his first leg of the day. That's a nice guide.
60.
It's not converted, but he is going to come back.
Yeah, life's been harsh to Louis in the last game or two.
150.
And what's that just happened again to him? This is ridiculous.
Double 4.
8.
Doesn't go.
Darren
Just cannot catch a break, and he could be broken here. What can you see of that?
No score.
Well, that's your answer.
I think was he looking down at his dart then, thinking, no way, I haven't broke another point.
Two twos. They say they never lose. And it's a help for Louis Williams as he gets his first leg on the board for the day. He has been much improved on Wednesday. And that might just be the first step on a journey for Louis Williams.
Chuff the bets for him. Go on, Louis boy.
100. $58. 58.
So Darren seems to be throwing the odd dart first when he's scoring, but he throws it last when he's going for a double.
100.
So there is a technique into how he's doing it.
And why do you think he's implied it that way?
Do you know what? I've got no idea.
99.
If you were going to throw it first, I would have thought you'd throw it first all the time. But obviously he thinks that's maybe a scoring dart, where it's not so much of a double dart for him. I don't know.
59.
Maybe that's the difference between the two sets that he has in the case. One he feels he scores well with. One set he feels he doesn't. I know another friend of ours here from the Super Series, Alan Norris. He'd have a couple of sets set up in his case and throw 9 darts with those and then swap over, throw 9 darts with the other because he felt they got sweaty and they needed a rest.
35. Darren in 104.
104 for Armstrong. Throws the odd dart first. And now tops. Drags below.
They require 149.
When he came close to hitting the 152 against Henahan, can he find the 149 here? This would be for a break and a 2-1 lead.
170.
And it wasn't too far away.
Darren in require 20.
2 10s. That should be okay for Darren. It is okay. It's 2-1.
Darren Armstrong.
The last game, Louis Williams missed a 152. Now he's missed a 149. I think we're pretty safe to say it's starting to return.
96.
Oh no, he's had another bounce out, and that didn't sound too great either. Luckily, the point's in that time. He's had more break points than Roger Federer at Wimbledon this week, Darren Armstrong.
140.
And the tumbleweed blows through the commentary box. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
140.
Shush, you want people to watch. Well, Scott Mitchell will be departing us after today.
Thank goodness. Yes. Yeah, off to the World Seniors floor events.
60.
In Reading. Yeah, part-time commentator, part-time player, part-time farmer. Don't really do a lot, do I?
Well, Williams is doing bits here. Looking set to level up at 2-2. He's going to get a good chance at the 42.
$50. Louis required 42.
Been a good contest. And double 16.
26.
Would have levelled it up.
Darren, it required 131.
I'm not saying anything this time.
$71. Louis required 16.
He's going to get another go at the double 8. That should be okay for him. He's too far inside. Double 4.
Game
Foul,
shown
and it is 2-2.
Louis Williams. Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $44. $60.
One thing I've found from Louis today is there's been a bit more energy about his performances.
Whoa!
And there's a perfect 180 with 2 different barrels.
Tell you what, that's the first time I've really
45.
seen that snarl this week from Louis. I think for the first time he's really fancying the job.
Yeah, good time for it to come as well, so that he's ready for Group C in the next coming days. I know this, every place you play is a tough place to lose games of darts, but here in
55.
particular it's highlighted, it's on the TV, makes it very difficult mentally. So to gather his thoughts and start playing well.
41. $40.
But it's just fallen off a little bit in this leg. And Armstrong is looking to punish to the hilt. And if Louis did go on and
100.
win this game, it pretty much condemns Darren Armstrong to an afternoon shift. But he's going to get time on his hands to take out the 93 and to move 3-2 in front.
What's happened mentally here to Louis is he's given himself a chance to win the game. And then he's kind of overthought it again.
140. Darren required 40.
Tots a 3-2. Grazes the wire.
No score.
Oh no. I tell you what, his heart sank into his mouth as that bounced out. $57 left for Louis, so 17 will square him up for Tots, but he's missed the big number.
Darren required 40.
Double 10.
30.
And Louis Williams has got a break chance.
55.
Now on the doubles, Darren's been throwing the 2 similar darts first, and that time he swapped it round. But Williams now for tops, and to take a 3-2 lead.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Louis Williams.
And it's about time he had a bit of luck go his way this week.
Puts his arm up. I hope that wasn't by way of apology.
Louis to throw first. Game on.
And so for the first time this week, Louis Williams is in a position to win a game. He throws for the match.
70.
And I just wonder whether those first 2 darts was almost an acknowledgement of that. Almost a bit of an excitement as he can maybe for the first time see the finishing line.
Yeah, indeed it is. And
100.
it's just got to carry on concentrating, enjoying.
100.
Yeah, you're right, Henry. He's definitely got a little bit about him now, hasn't he?
95.
I feel like we shouldn't look at the numbers. I feel like we should look at the feel.
59.
It feels better.
$79.
Could do with a 2 treble visit.
99.
I could see the plan. It was just poorly executed on this occasion, and Darren Armstrong makes no mistake in jumping on that.
140. $101. Darren, you require 87.
To make it 3-3. 2 5s. And Louis
82.
Williams is going to get the
requires
opportunity
72.
to win a match at the Super Series. He should at least get 1 match start. He's going to get a dart at tops.
52.
Drags below.
Darren, you require 5.
So this to take us all the way.
Game shown the 6th.
No
leg.
mistake
Darren Armstrong.
from Darren Armstrong. And now he has the throw in the last.
7th and final leg. It's Darren to throw first. Game on. $81. $100. $60.
Well, that troublous visit there has given Louis Williams an opening.
$57.
But he hasn't been able to pounce upon it. Is this where the winning, breeding, winning type scenario
60.
could come into play?
Yeah, very much could, but I think both have had their amount of hard luck, I think, in the last couple of days. So it's who's going to believe more,
60.
I think.
$135.
Putting the foot down. Hasn't left him a finish, but it's put him in pole position.
58. $40.
Well, that bounce out means Williams with a couple of trebles can just about take favouritism in the leg.
100.
Finds a ton.
Darren,
Armstrong,
125.
125 for the match. It would mean that we'd have 4 players on 14 points in the table.
$49. Louis require 126.
This would be a big, big finish. Oh, it's still on. Went safe for the big number, I think, and then missed it.
I think he got a little bit excited.
74.
But it's all business now for Darren Armstrong. 61 remaining. It's going to have to be 11 and bull. The bullseye.
51.
And so Louis Williams comes back for more opportunities.
52.
And this time he should get 2 in his hand. It's tops. Double 10. Oh, it's just a
32.
width of a wire away.
Darren required 25.
And so Armstrong to create a battle royale for Group B. Double six. Doesn't
13.
go. And so Louis Williams has got 3 darts for the match.
Louis require 20.
He's worked so hard to put himself in a position like this. Good marker. And it's a win for Williams.
Louis
Relief
Williams.
for Louis. The look of relief from Louis as he looks up to the heavens. He beats Darren Armstrong 4-3. Yeah, you can play this game. That's a W for the Prince of Wales. He beats Darren Armstrong by 4 legs to 3. And what that probably does in the context of things is consign Darren Armstrong to Group C. But perhaps more pertinently and more worryingly going forward is he gives it the big licks as he picks up his first win, Louis Williams, is the fact that Armstrong is going to have to go back to the drawing board. He's probably in Group C. He's got some issues with his equipment, but that's the tail of the tape. Williams with a win. Bolton Jansen is coming up next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're going to see the mullet in action. Andy Bolton and Danny Jansen in Last Chance Saloon. Winner stays in with a sneak of being competitive with Connor Henahan in the Group A race. The loser will know that they'll be back on Thursday and Friday. Before the break, Louis Williams got his first win of the Super Series, beating Darren Armstrong by 4 legs to 3. Both players in this game have come off the end of a defeat which may have just knocked the stuffing out of them. Danny Jansen losing 4-3 to Carlo Vampir, was
Andy to throw first.
Andy Bolton lost out 4-3 to
on.
Darren Armstrong in game 4. I suppose part of the question is who's going to be able to deal with the setback the best?
40.
Yeah, valid point, because again, it's one of those that both players know exactly what's on offer here for the winner, and we know Group B is...
121.
I haven't played in both groups. I played in Group B, and obviously you're 3 from 5 to go through. But it's a more difficult group to play because you run out of games quickly and you can't afford to lose 2 on the bounce because you only play 8. I found Group C a lot easier to play in, even though it's only 2 to go through, and a lot simpler to work out whether you're going to go through or not. So I suppose it depends on the player. I mean, you would say it's better to go to Group B because there's more chance of going through, but
34.
the margins are finer for those 3 places. So, yeah, tough one to say who wants to go where, really.
59. $100.
Loses game not mathematically out, but goodness me, they'd have mounted the climb. They would be mathematically out if Henahan beats Vampir, but you get the sense that it's effectively a knockout. As Bolton looks to the 147. So he had a couple of ton toppers today. He's not going to add the 147 to the mix.
81.
And we're not going to do what we did in the snooker and add
85.
another ball if you hit a 147 like they are in Saudi Arabia today. Jansen 85. Strays along. And so presents Bolton with another opportunity. Didn't even get a dart at double. Didn't even get a dart at the bull. Two 16s. Takes his time. Recomposes. Sets himself.
34.
But he couldn't find the double.
Danny require 10.
And so, 2 5s for Danny Jansen. For the opening leg and a break your throw.
Game
In it goes. Jansen leads 1-0.
Danny Jansen.
Something's just being spoken
Looking
about
Danny
between
to throw first.
the pair there,
Game
the referee and Biggs. I'm not quite sure what that's all about. I think it might have been just accidentally,
60.
or just an accidental move of the glass, which may have just been too hard. This is a very quiet building, so when something a little bit too loud, sometimes the player just literally, well, in Southampton, we used to have there was a time where there was a bit of the floorboard which was just a little bit squeaky, and so if you accidentally stepped on the wrong bit at the wrong time for a small period of time, you'd actually squeak the carpet, and it wasn't an intentional thing, but any small thing can
96.
Can obviously, in a quieter room, create a bigger noise. What do they say about empty vessels and all of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've had a similar incident actually with that in a semi-final of a ranking tournament where an opponent a lot smaller than me was trying to use the board to squeak while I was throwing. So I thought, first time, no, he hasn't done it on purpose.
92.
Second time, possibly. Third time, no, he's now done it on purpose. So then I went and put my foot on it. It didn't just squeak, it cracked.
100.
And yeah, it can happen, unfortunately. There's lots of man-made stages and stuff for these darting aces to play on, and
97. Danny require 100.
not all the floors that you build these bases on can be perfect. I think in this instance it was an accident, I think.
Second leg. Danny Jansen.
A nice 104 there from Jansen. He hasn't let it affect him.
Philip gets Andy to throw first. Game on.
Bolton hoisted by his own petard. The 104 was his finish on Monday.
47.
So Jansen races into a 2-0 lead, and the X Factor, leg by leg, game by game, is getting cut adrift.
134. $81.
And Jansen now in a great position to try and find the double break.
57.
The dry visit allows Bolton to try and re-establish his advantage of throw.
$96.
Yeah, nice find with the last dart. Didn't look probable, but over the top for the X Factor and found its destination.
140.
But Jansen first to a finish against the darts, leaving himself on the big fish. Bolton needs another.
100.
Only finds the run treble with that turn, and so it is 6 from here for 3-0.
134.
Well, it's in keeping with Danny Jansen's quick-fire questions where he was asked, big fish, go for it or not, and he did lay up. I've got one of them coming up soon.
99.
2 18s for Danny Jansen for the double break and 3-0. Double 9.
18.
Doesn't go. Bolton's
And he
back
requires 78.
to half the deficit. 20 for tops. Tops.
58.
Drag below, and so Jansen comes back. He's got another
he
chance to
require
find the
18.
double break.
No
Oh,
score.
but he's dragged it below. He's burst the score, and so Bolton has a more tangible chance now.
And he requires 20.
D10. D5. Don't
15.
go.
Just not to
And
be.
he requires 18.
I feel his concentration's been hampered with, and
No score.
this doesn't go either.
And he
Andy
requires
Bolton coming
5.
back for 5.
Is it 5 alive as far as Bolton's concerned?
Game shot on the third leg.
Brings it back to
Andy
2-1.
Bolton.
Nice sign of
Well, that
respect
gets
between
Danny
the
to throw
pair.
first. Game on.
It does feel like a game between two players that have had a big defeat against them,
97.
and it just feels like as hard as they're trying, it's just difficult.
Yeah, and then they've moved on for what them in their head is a must-win game.
45.
That's the situation. And the loss is all still
85.
fresh in the mind.
I suppose a lot about this game is to who can just at some point flick that switch,
180.
and has that 180 possibly ignited Bolton into life?
134. $96.
One thing I do expect is a completely different outlook from the pair. Should they not go
59.
through, of course, win the group when it comes to tomorrow's action.
Yeah, you're back throwing with freedom again and just getting on with the job, aren't you? Be safe with this one, nice and high.
140. Danny McGuire, 126.
1-2-6, a 3-1. Single leaves the ball. And the ball for 3-1.
101.
Doesn't go, and so Bolton's left tops
And he
after
require
12 to get
40.
the break back. Grazes the wire.
Game shot on the fourth
Grazes the
leg.
barrel.
Andy Bolton.
Lovely second dart.
And so
Then
best
it's
of 3
Andy
now.
to throw first.
The
Game on.
victor keeps close order with Connor Henahan. And one thing that both players also have in their favour too is the fact that Henahan is going to be one of their opponents in the last two. He takes on Carlo
44.
Vampir next, and then Henahan will take on Danny Jansen in game 12, and then game 14, Henahan takes on Bolton.
97.
And so they've still got an opportunity to take points off the man that they need to
95.
residualise the gap from.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
100.
So the scenarios that we had for the Group A topper are now the scenarios we have for who's going Group B and C.
100. 58.
Pressing forward.
140.
On for back-to-back legs here.
$82. And they require 122.
1-2-2 for 3-2. Treble 18 would have left the bullseye. Jansen will probably go down 2 treble 19s for the
54.
bull here on the
And they
164.
require 164.
Unlucky not to find a trouble with his last dart there, Bolton.
92. And he requires 68.
16's corridor. Single leaves the double. Moves
52.
inside, and so Jansen's got to break charts
And he
here.
requires 72.
72 for a 3-2 lead, and then he would throw for the match. 2 12s. Now double 6. And Jansen moves 3-2 to the good. The mullet
Danny
finds the
Jansen.
break. He now throws for the match.
Sick leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Bolton's Group A hopes are now hanging on by the thinnest of thin threads,
123.
especially after that turn.
Yeah, it was a momentum throw, wasn't it? Off the back of winning the leg before.
$100.
We should confirm that Bolton wouldn't be out with a defeat right now, but if Henahan then beat Carlo Vampir, then mathematically it would be over
100.
for the Scot. And Jansen is making tall order and good order of this leg, but Bolton piles in a 140 to keep this leg in equal measure.
$58.
And that slip, that troublous visit, could be the moment where the game swings in Bolton's favour again. If he can find a break, he throws in the last.
Whoa,
What a way to find a break.
180.
A big 180 right at the right time for Bolton.
90. And he requires 81.
Could be a potential 11 dart leg here. Went treble 15 to leave double 18. There's only one left. Could be treble 13, double 16 here.
$31. And he
These tops,
require
but this is for the
130.
match. 130 for Jansen. Perfectly pitched. The bullseye.
98.
Good setup.
And he requires 50.
I like the way he gave the board a little point there to say, well, that's a good miss if I was going to miss.
34.
Brave to let this man have a go at 32, though. He's been prolific. So now it's Jansen. His turn at
And he requires
32.
32.
And the mullet seal the win.
Double 16
Game shot and
for
the match.
16 points in
Jansen.
the group. And Danny Jansen keeps close order with Conor Henahan at the top of the table. He beats Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. For Bolton, his chances are very slim now of making it through. He's got to hope that Henahan makes a mess of proceedings and that Jansen does similar. And so that the tale of the tape from that one. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Conor Henahan in action. He takes on Carlo Vampir. He could move one step closer to qualification if he wins this one. So, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Conor Henahan hitting a 138 in his practice starts, and that one would have counted in a leg as he takes on Carlo Vampir in the 9th game of the session. Henahan can, with a win here, almost taste Saturday night. He'd be 4 points clear with 4 points then left to play for. He then play Danny Jansen in the next, and he can then secure his passage through to the finals if he could win his next 2 matches. Against Carlo, who, actually, you look at the numbers, 87, 88 the averages today. It's been fairly steady stuff. For Henahan, a 90.76, but last time out, he looked so good against Louis Williams, averaging 103.66, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and at 1-2-2 out.
Yeah, sensational game from him. It was our highest average of the week as well.
140.
And it was one of those games where it really was a potential banana skin. Louis coming back into his own and a win that he really needed. And Henahan was more than up to the task.
85.
He really wanted the 9, didn't he?
Well, how ironic would it have been against Conor as well. That would have been nice, but there we go.
Henahan, the 9 dart man here at the Super Series. Him and Steve West tied on 2 9-darters apiece.
48.
But Steve West promises 9 darters before the game and then hits them.
And I'm tied on 0 with 99.89 other players that have played here in the Super Series.
Me and you got the same amount of 9 darters in this building.
I know. It's good, isn't it?
57.
Vampir is 6 to complete the leg. He's 76 upon his return. It's been a slow start on throw this for Henahan.
100.
Ton leaves him on 104. Single leaves a double. And the double of choice is double 18.
58.
Which moves inside. He's had a few of them today. That 1-2-2 against Louis Williams put the game in his favour. This would start the game in his favour. But the top drags below.
Carlo, you require 18.
And so double 9 for Carlo Vampir. Inside, so Henahan gets another go. He did not watch those darts.
No score.
He was stood in the background hoping and praying, and his prayers have come to fruition.
Nice double 10 incoming.
Corner Henahan.
One of those situations, you give me enough chances at it, I'll get it. He returned on his second opportunity and made no mistake. As the table topper should, the confidence should be with him, everything should be with him.
41.
He hoped and then he hit.
$100.
I was having a chat with Connor about
77.
his equipment last night. He played at that local competition that a few of the staff at the Super Series also attended last night, and he was saying that as he hits the maximum there, it's been a setter that he's used for about 2 years. Same barrel for the last 2 years. It was originally gold plated, but the wear and tear has worked that off. And they've been the darts that he feels that's put him in the best form of his
99
career, where he hit the 9 darters, where he was threatening big titles. But he was saying earlier on that, by his own admission, he's felt things have stalled recently.
122.
On his performance from here, I would have to say I don't agree, but
102.
I understand that obviously there's groups of
160.
people around him. There's a big Irish contingency at the moment at the Pro Tours, and he wants to be part of that.
100.
So I understand if that's what he's comparing himself to. Maybe he feels it's not gone his way.
2 5s.
2-0. Second leg. Conor Henahan.
The way that the Challenge Tour works and the Challenge Tour rankings now, it is big reward if you can manage to win one. It's sort of double and a bit over the top of the runner-up. And it really does mean that
60.
You're probably never really far away from a spot in the Challenge Tour. If you can win 1 or 2 of those early doors,
91.
as Carlo's brother Barry Vampir did last year, he set himself up absolutely nicely for the rest of the season. And it gives you big confidence that goes with it as well. So I think the next Challenge Tour is in Germany in a couple of weeks.
60.
So he'll be heading out there, I would imagine, to try and do just that. Manage to win 1 or 2 of them.
100.
And if he could come off the back of maybe winning a week here or having a really good week here, then confidence
85.
is sky high.
I know you got to earn things in this sport, but it would be overdue a Conor Henahan Champions Week appearance, you feel?
177.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. On some of the darts he's producing, just like that we've just seen,
95.
You'd find very hard to bet against it.
Double 12 for a 3-0 lead. Down for double 3.
18. Carlo, you require
And Vampir has got an outside shout on the fish. And An impossible shout now.
83. Going to require 6.
All right, way to go for double 3, in my opinion. You've got to go really heavy at it.
Going to require 87.
And that's what he's done, but 87 for Carlo here, and double 18 eluded him in the first leg.
53.
Eluded him in the third.
Going to require 6.
And so down for double 3 for 3-0. Paul Nicholson calls this the trap door.
No score.
And there was no way in.
Carlo, you require 34.
The lesser spotted double 17 is not going to be headed for. Double 14. Vampir gets a break back. This game moves back to throw, and suddenly Henahan should have been away. He had messed about following the setup turn down onto the double 3 when Vampir was nowhere to be seen and could find himself in with a few problems now.
Yeah, Carlo still has work to do to hold his throat. I know that Henahan is quite good against the throat. He has been this week. He applies a lot of pressure. So is there an outside, if there is an outside chance he can get a dart at it and sneak one? He has been very successful at doing that this week.
46.
The head-to-head before is 1 apiece on these two. So both have a little bit of confidence
45.
against one another.
$125.
The one thing that's helped Henahan throughout the course of the game is he's always been able to outscore Carlo. 5-1 in the ton plus columns, 3-1 in terms of the 140s. In fact, the only thing that Vampir's in front of Henahan is the 180 stakes.
167.
But he's in front in this leg that would square the match up, and that's
97.
ultimately the only statistic that matters.
One right after the last dart is the only one that matters.
100. Carlo requires 70.
From 2-0 down to square up at 2-2. It's a dart at double 16, which is fouled by Vampir. And level we are at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
And as quickly as you could be in a position to stretch away and stretch clear, is as quickly as you could be reeled back in. Not just in the game, but in the group for Henahan, because loses this one. The gap's 2 points between him and Jansen. And the next game, the pair play is against each other.
180.
4 180 so far in this game.
66.
We're already on the 5th leg.
$85.
But Henahan has got oodles of time in this leg.
140.
6 darts from 191 for 3-2. The setup play has been good. The setup play is perfect there.
59.
32 after 12. It's just so
47.
good.
Connie required 32.
Double 16 for a 13 dart leg. And just as this game could have snatched away from the grass of Conor Henahan, he stepped the level up, has pulled out a 13 darter to move a leg away from victory.
Absolutely. We said yesterday he builds his game on 6 visits.
140.
Today he's done 5 visits on a couple of occasions when he's absolutely needed it.
136.
As a table topper should.
$135.
Carlo is not giving in to the task.
45.
And you get the sense now he's got it in his hands to send us all the way again.
55. $140.
Once again, impressed with Carlo Vampir here.
28.
You could understand he could have easily gone away, but that poor score has opened the door for Connor. Can he
58.
assert more pressure? He doesn't.
143.
So Carlo Vampir back for 143.
89.
Well, defeat in this game would be a kick in the solar plexus for Conor Henahan.
Carlo, you record 54.
Vampir back for 54 to make it 3-3 and make it a one-leg shootout. Double 10. Doesn't
34.
go. Henahan's already taken out a 1-2-2 to get today at a pivotal time. Can he do so again for the match? Another one of them for double 7. The single leaves the bullseye.
97.
Just below.
Carlo, you record 20.
Vampir returns for a last leg shootout.
Gauge
And
over
we
6
go
there.
to leg 7
Carlo
again.
Vampir.
It was like Connor knew what was coming when he missed that bullseye. He had a wry smile on his face. One,
7
because he
final
missed
leg,
it
it's
so
Connor to
narrowly.
throw first.
And 2, because he knew he was going to have to come back and start again.
$140.
We mentioned earlier about his dart setup that he can actually put 3 darts on a pinhead, and he's
91.
just done exactly that there. We saw that the last dart hold on. He just thunders it into one another when they get there. Perfect.
180.
When he can put it there, he can put it anywhere.
100.
So 181 coming in then. 121. Nice use of the ball out to treble 13. What
149.
a setup. So earlier we saw him leave 32 after 12 darts. Now we're seeing him leave 32 after 9. 10 darter
60.
incoming.
Connie required 32.
When his back was against the wall, Henahan has found something magnificent.
Game
It's an 11
shot
darter
of
for the
the
match.
match.
And
Conor
Conor
Henahan.
Henahan is on the cusp of Group A glory, of making it through to a 7th successive Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Carlo Vampir had his chances, he had his opportunities, but it is Henahan who gets over the line. 4-3 in that one. Vampir gave it a good old battle, but it is the Irishman who picks the points up. Next up, Louis Williams and Andy Bolton go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the halfway point of the day's action here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Myself and Scott Mitchell have been watching all the action in the commentary box. This is what we've seen then thus far through the first 9 games of the session. And Conor Henahan, well, he's word perfect so far, but only just a couple of 4-3 wins in there, and he is edging ever closer towards group glory. The other player that can maybe stop him is Danny Jansen. Scott Mitchell been watching the action with me in the commentary box. And look, Conor at times has had to evade 1 or 2 moments, but he's evaded the moments. That's the most crucial thing.
He's evaded the moments and he's allowed the others to make a few slip-ups themselves, and it's all sort of slowly but surely gone to his way, but he's had to go and win it. It's not gone his way where people have limped over the line. He's had to go and be positive, do positive shot outs. This one in particular against Louis. Louis was sat there and he's had to go and win it. So fair play to him. He sat top of the tree and that's fully deserved.
His setup play in that previous game was pretty much immaculate.
It was, and it has been a lot of the time. You know, when you're trying to set all these shots up, you love to think that you can do them 60, 70% of the time, things will go where you want it to go. It doesn't happen that way, but Conor's made it happen that way today, and that's what made him ultra impressive, because when he gets under that 200, he knows he's going to be leaving himself a double after 3 darts, and that's been the way of his day.
The other player in contention is Danny Jansen. He's still in the mix, and it's felt like today he hasn't really got out of 5th gear.
He hasn't, but then we said for somebody the results would go their way, and I think that's a little bit what's happened to Danny today. Yes, he's done his bit. Yes, he's finished games off when he needed to. But I think the Andy Bolton game with Darren Armstrong, where Andy kind of slipped up in that one, it was a 4-3 the other way, and then he then had to play Danny, and then he lost to Danny as well. That sort of put pay to his chances of going through Group A. So now it's all about Group B for him.
Let's have a look then at the table with a couple of rounds left to go. So Henahan has a 4-point lead at the top of the group, but him and Danny Jansen will play a little bit later on in the session, in game 12 of the session. So Jansen will have the opportunity to move to within a couple of points, at least make it interesting going towards the line. But he looks like now, doesn't he, Conor, as if he's edging towards it.
Yeah, there's no 2 ways about it. I think, you know, you can see by the table 1 more win and he's home and dry. But, you know, those are the hardest wins to get. When you have to win and you know that you need to win for the cause that you're trying for, makes it all the more difficult. But I think he's in a frame of mind today where he feels it's his and it's his time.
Louis Williams got his first win at the Super Series this morning, and look, it's been a week for Louis Williams where I feel like he's been through such a process. And look, today he's come in, it's a fresh mindset. He played local competition last night, which looks like he's brought a lot of confidence within his game. Played really well against Conor Henahan. Henahan averaged in excess of a ton, but then in that last game gets his first victory. And there's spells and there's signs that if he can put it together, he could be competitive in Group C.
Well, it's going to be really interesting what he does off the back of that victory. He has 2 games to go. We obviously know he's consigned to Group C. And I think it's important now what happens in the next 2 to where the rest of his week goes.
He enjoyed it, didn't he?
He did, yeah, a big W. And when you've waited so long, you can understand that reaction. You can understand that. But like I say, I think that the next 2 games are really important to him because that's going to dictate how his Group C goes, really.
So that is the story of the day so far, and of course the race for the first place into Saturday night's finale is edging towards its conclusion. Every single Saturday night here in the MODUS Super Series, we open the doors to a crowd. There's been some blockbuster ones over the last couple of weeks or so. It's your opportunity to see some legends of the game, or maybe some stars of the future that we don't even know about yet. And if you want to be a part of all the action, take a look at this.
Tell you what I love about that VT at the very beginning. You see the walkouts of a man that won 2 series and the reigning champion, Scott Taylor, who we are going to see retain his title here at the Super Series in due course. Looking to join Littler in the twice club in terms of Super Series titles, and by being the reigning champion, he's going to have a target on his back, but he's not one that gets shouted down by that kind of pressure. We will tell you when Scott is in action next, and you could have your tickets potentially to see the defending champion in action. Dartshot.tv for your Saturday night ticket. Well, Bolton will have to stamp his ticket through the first day and Friday route if he's to continue his pretty much unblemished record of qualification Saturdays. He takes on Louis Williams, who found his first victory last time out, and I wonder whether that will just release the shoulders and release the tension for the Welshman.
43.
Well, let's hope so, but it's not going to get any easier for him, is it? Because he's walking straight into Andy Bolton, who is battling for his Group B life. So
100.
When you're down there, and it doesn't get any easier. He can't wait for tomorrow to get back onto 0 and
60.
Start all over again.
I haven't actually had the chance to talk to you about it, but Scott Taylor's win at the Super Series. He's a player that's had so much ability, but maybe he hasn't always backed it up in terms of career titles on the resume. But if you're going to pick up one, then make it a big one like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one that I've always rated. I've rated him highly for a while now, and
95.
you know, it was good to see him finally come over the sort of get through the winning line and have something big. Sometimes as a player,
82.
You need that. You need a big tournament win. You need something to just remind yourself, because the easiest thing to do is to be negative about your game.
58.
And big wins always make you positive about things. And Scott Taylor's one of those that when you play him, he's like a terrier. He never lets you go. So you're surprised when he hasn't won as much as what you think he has. So, or what he should. So to win like he did here, I think that will help him kick on in his career. I really do.
It's a title that Andy Bolton really wants under his belt. He's been at Champions League a couple of times before. He feels like this is a title that
41.
He should be winning.
85.
You feel like he should be winning this match, and in particular this leg. Double 14. 4-14. And a break of throw for Andy Bolton.
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game
A little bit of a glance and a smile back at Louis Williams. I'm sure that probably rubs salt in the wound more than anything else. It's been a good practice room. All 6 players have been getting along with
81.
one another. There's been a lot of banter flying about. And I know that they have rallied round Louis as well when things have been difficult this week. And this is what's unique about
60.
this compared to other tournaments.
Yeah, very much so. You know, usually you would be at a tournament and sit on your little round table and not really take a lot of notice of anybody around you or just the people that are on your table. Whereas here you're thrown into a room, which is it's a bigger practice room now than we used to have, which is really good. So the guys have got more space in there, but it's always a tight-knit community in there. I know when the couple of 3 times that I've been in there, it's been fabulous.
97.
You know, we've had, I think I was in with a couple of guys from Sweden and everything, and we just all got along like a house on fire. And when I got asked in my quick fire questions, who's your best mate in darts, so I had to question that, because I'd been in a room for 4 days with 5 other guys who were just absolutely superb.
I would say who my best mate in darts is, but I ain't got any.
60.
Well, I wasn't queuing you up for the question, but if you've answered it, fair play to you.
Shocker, I sat on the fence.
I did actually get a video of you last night playing at said local tournament. Somebody sent me a video going, Henry's here and he's actually playing.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
66.
No, actually he said throwing, not playing. Henry's here throwing.
Williams looking to throw a big out. Another job at 19. Would have left the bullseye. And so Bolton comes back for 2-0.
84. And he required 57.
Misses the big number, and so it should only be now 1. It's tops.
Game
But
shot the
1
second
dart was
leg.
all he
Andy
needed.
Bolton.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We said we're going to now start seeing players relax and throw relaxed, and that didn't come more laid back there. And Andy Bolton going for tops. Not bothered that he missed the big number first time round. 14 for tops, and out it went.
140.
And Binks doing the honours, picking up Louis' flight. We count that as a sit-up as a dart player when you bend down and pick up your flight.
97.
1 sit-up.
So David Armstrong's done a full completed workout then today.
He sure has.
100.
And that's why I use this fixed flight and stem affair now, so I don't have to bend down and pick them up.
100.
Well, Louis Williams and Owen Binks have something in common. They both support football teams down the lower end of the footballing pyramid. Louis, big Maidstone United supporter. They did well in the FA Cup this year, got through to the 5th round, loitering around the National League South playoffs.
140. Louis require 170.
He's also a toffee, and this would be sweet if he took the 170.
44. And
He actually has on the back of his shirt the
164.
Everton motto as Bolton looks for the bullseye. Doesn't go. I think Williams
116.
expected it to go.
Louis require
Well, everything else has gone against him this week, so why not that?
Just needs the 1 treble for a poke at the ball. Needs it with the second dart, though. The ball. La ball.
85.
No, no, no.
And he
La
required
boule,
48.
la miss.
And can Bolton find some je ne sais quoi with this 48? Bit of va-va-voom from the X Factor. It's a
Andy
14 darter. 3-0 he leads. If he won it in 15, we could say that he got that leg in a cans.
4th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
That's my Roland Garros knowledge coming to fruition there.
And if we were still on your horse's knowledge, he won it at a canter.
47. 40.
'Indian Wells this week, isn't it, in the tennis?
43.
Make up your mind, is it India or Wales?
42.
Actually a big weekend of sport outside of darts. Bit of boxing going on. Anthony Joshua fighting. Obviously the big game in the Premier League, Liverpool against Man City, Formula 1 back in action. It's a good time to be a sports fan, and one of the good things about the Super Series is you never have to be without sport outside of those peak times, because the session times are perfectly suited basically for an all-encompassing sporting viewing day.
59.
Isn't there Six Nations Rugby this week as well? Is that this weekend?
Good. I think it's next weekend.
Oh.
Test match Friday. Test match Friday.
I knew it was something. I knew you missed something.
100.
Well, they don't really matter now, does it?
Yeah. I think there's also Domino's down the Dog and Duck tonight. We've missed that out.
43.
Only because you want a piece of the action. Bolton closing in. 171 to leave itself topped.
So Bolton comes back for some topping.
Game
And Bolton seals a 4-0
Andy
victory.
Bolton.
He just had a crust above Louis Williams in that one. A 4-0 victory for the X Factor. It moves him on to 16 points, moves him 2 ahead of Carlo Vampir in the race for Group B/C darts. And a little bit of an X Factor. Oh, the pair having a bit of an X Factor. They're having a bit of fun on the stage, and it actually continues as they walk down the steps off the stage just to the left of us. Louis Williams frails his arms into the air as to, well, I've been thrown into another one once again. But Bolton wins 4-0. And coming up next, Carlo Vampir against Darren Armstrong. Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're watching Carlo Vampir and Darren Armstrong in action in what is our 11th game of the session. Before the break, Andy Bolton beat Louis Williams by 4-0 with a 96-97 average. 4 from 5 on the finishing. He was absolutely superb. And a high checkout of 85 to get the better of Louis Williams. And I wonder what we're going to get from this one. Carlo 4th. Down 5th. Carlo needs to win to keep the pressure on Bolton in terms of the Group B/C scenario. You get the sense if Darren wins this one, it'll be 16-14-14.
First leg, it's Carlo to throw first.
Bolton, Vampir and Armstrong. Bolton, you'd say, in terms of that race, would be in a very strong position.
Yeah, he would.
140.
Yeah, very much so. Just checking out which one Darren Armstrong's throwing first. He's now throwing the two the same first, whereas in his last game he was throwing the one first.
58.
Now, there is one caveat in the fact that Andy Bolton's got to play Connor Henahan in his last match.
96.
So both players at the point of the leg where they'll head down to the 19s, try and leave themselves on a finish. Vampir unsuccessful in that task. As is Armstrong.
41.
I'm just wondering where Armstrong goes with this situation. He's got a couple more days to play. Whether there's a way of sorting the point issue
59.
out. I'm not too far from here, but I don't know whether there's a local dart shop close to Portsmouth here that something could be sorted for him.
53.
You don't want to be going off there and buying new darts even, do you? Similar to what you've got to try and make those work.
60.
But then again, as you say, buying new darts means you've got to play around with new equipment.
140. Carlo, 126.
40 there gives him favouritism to break the throw. Vampir needs a treble. He's not going to find one. And so
98.
Armstrong, as long as he keeps straight, should get a dart at
72.
tops. But he doesn't keep straight. And so it's 15 bull. The bull!
41.
Tell you what,
Carlo,
that bullseye's been
28.
dragged below a few times today.
Game shot on the
Double
first.
7 found by
Carlo
Vampir, 1-0.
Vampir.
Yeah, nicely finished by Vampir there.
Second against Darren to throw first. Game on.
Definitely beginning to find a favouritism for that double 14, isn't he?
100.
Doing a lot to leave that target this week.
57.
Yeah, Sulovic is the one that sort of made that super popular. He would go all unearthly ways to try and get back to that.
101.
It's almost unleashed a new era for, because before Mensa, the double 14 was almost frowned upon, and you only really left it unless you either miscounted, misdirected, or really had
140.
to, whereas now it's become a bit more of a fashionable double.
Or you used it on a double-in scenario where you were in a double-in league, 14s
85.
and up that side of the woods. It was always good. It didn't matter where it went, you were in.
60.
Played in a few leagues like that back in the day. Double in, one leg. Wow. Just wow.
I feel like you're adding added salt to the wound because you know about the doubling of last night in said case example.
17.
Yeah, there is a bit of that goes on there. It's quite fun to be in that little group.
60.
How will you guys have to go through now?
Yeah, that's double in 301, isn't it?
46.
Just regular 301, thankfully.
Oh,
But
that's
the,
okay.
the
then.
darts out of her leg were awful. Armstrong 152 to
41.
square up at 1-1.
Aaron Everett 152.
Another one of them, and that first dart sat perfectly. Just it's below, and so gives Vampir the break chance of 143, but he's going to have to take it.
Carlo require 143.
He won't, and so Armstrong will come back for 3 more in his hand at double 6.
85. Darren required 12.
Clatters the barrel, but clatters below, and so it's double 1.
Game shot.
Finds a way, 1-1.
Darren Armstrong. Third leg, it's Carlo to throw first. Game on. $84.
And you can keep up to date and
100.
follow us across our social media platforms. We are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and we're also
100.
available via TikTok if that's your ting. Plenty of content available on that,
50.
including the quickfire questions.
Indeed, I've just had
84.
somebody actually message me. Dan Cross, Dan DeLion, as we know him as. He's had the same issue with his darts as Darren Armstrong, and
91.
he's heading down to a local dart shop in Cosham to get his sorted. He's using 2 of one and 1 of the other because he's broke 2 points, so he's hoping to get that sorted tomorrow. So maybe Darren Armstrong can do the same, but he may be playing early doors.
100, Carlo, you're 138.
138. Another one of them. Would have left double 12, and so Armstrong
86.
160.
Darren require 160.
Well, we see many of these real big ones go, have we, so far this week? Biggest finish so far, 154 from Andy Bolton. Tots a 2-1 Vampir.
Game's on the
And it is 2-1 to Carlo, and he gives it a bit of gumption.
4 flag, it's Darren to throw first.
He wants to hang on in there for this Group B fight.
28. $60. $59. $91. $94.
Well, Vampir could be on for the fabled 350 and 6.
180.
We like a 350 and 6.
I sure do.
81.
Is he going to get the little fishing rod out if he hits the 170? Oh, unlucky.
44.
By hitting the 5, you couldn't keep the fish alive. But he's very much in with a break chance here.
59. Carlo require 126.
Sure, 15 for double 12.
114.
Didn't have to stay there on the 19s to lead the ball, did he? With Darren Armstrong not
50.
on a finish.
Carlo require 12.
So down for double 3. Has a look at Armstrong's score, does the sensible thing, bursts the score.
$105. Carlo required 12.
Back again to double 3, but this time the bust is not an
Game's
option.
on the 4
But
flag.
Vampir finds it this
Carlo
time. He
Vampir.
breaks and leads 3-1.
5th flag, it's Carlo to throw first. Game on.
It would consign officially Armstrong to the afternoon.
96.
It'd mean Jansen, Bolton, Vampir would all be on 16 points. Jansen up next against Conor Henahan. He's still looking
54.
ahead of him, but if he loses, he'll be looking behind him. And Vampir could do with winning this 4-1, because if he wins it 4-1, he'd be on +5, Bolton +9, Jansen +12 as things stand.
58. $80.
And he's potentially now 6 starts away from completing the job.
81.
Just not happened for Darren in this one.
No, it hasn't. And
58.
you just wonder if it's sort of an effect of that defeat from Louis Williams earlier.
98. Carlo record 146.
1:46 for the match is not going to go.
58.
Didn't have to go. He's going to come back for 88. But under how much pressure?
80. Carlo require 88.
Some. And so 18. And the ball. Didn't entertain the treble fort. The bullseye for the match for Carlo Vampir to seal a 4-1 victory against Darren Armstrong. And that means that Darren's going to be in Group C for definite. As for Carlo, well, he is still in the race for Group B darts, and I think he enjoyed that win. That, the tail of the tape from that one, in a race for Group C/B darts. But now it's all about the race for the title. A win for Henahan, and he is through. He will be sailing through to a 7th Saturday night in succession if Danny Jansen can pick up the W, where we will go down to the final round.
Travel 18 for double 16. And what another 105 we have. The 1-ton shots. He's knocking now. Oh, and he takes it. It's another ton plus shot out.
Yeah, Danny Jansen needs to win to keep his hopes of winning the group alive. Conor Henahan has it all very much in his hands. Victory here, and he will set himself through to Saturday night's finale here in Portsmouth, a place where he has always been. So Danny Jansen, it's been a good debut week so far. Maybe feel like there's a little bit more in the tank, but if he can make his way through to Saturday, he'll have a couple of days recuperation. If not, it'll be a go at what looks like Group B, could be Group C, in fact. But Conor Henahan looking to keep the unblemished record going. If he did make it through, it'd mean that no player would have made it through to more finals nights without winning a finals night than Robert Thornton if Conor Henahan made it through.
Wow, what a great start.
First leg, it's Danny.
Not
to
one
throw
you'd be
first.
part of. You want to be part of, but
Game
yeah.
on.
Thinking like a player there. I think as a commentator, what a great start as a player. Oh no, why did you mention it? No.
Great, another commentator who don't like my stats.
140.
No, I think it's a great start. But I think, yeah. I think Connor will just be concentrating on one job at the time to do with that
40.
one, I think. I think it's a great start that you make that many finals nights. That's the way that I'd look at it as a player,
57.
rather than a negative.
$15.
The bookmakers actually put Danny Jansen as the favourite for this game at 8-11. They had Connor Henahan,
41.
the even money outsider.
Well, that must be on the numbers maybe for today or the odds of the
85.
way that Danny has played over today. Who knows?
96.
Yes, of course, does have the darts, which does give him some kind of advantage, and he has used it to the best of his ability in this first leg.
177.
Quiet start for
167.
Henahan, but he has finally got himself into life.
93.
But Jansen will get another go. Didn't have to take out the 167 first time of asking. But he may have to take out the 74 now. And actually went for the 180 to try and put some scoreboard pressure on.
So he gets one dart at it. Has to move across.
34.
Oh, you saw the wire
required
physically
44.
move there. 44 for Connor. He's been so
Game's on
good
the
on that
Thursday.
outer ring.
Connor Henahan.
And that's a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first.
First blood, Henahan. And a leg that Jansen was in full control of. Henahan ain't got really out the gate until the fourth visit of that
42.
leg. And so he'll kick himself there, Danny.
He will, but Connor has done him a favour here and started off with 42. And
140. $135.
good response, though, from Henahan.
54.
Return the pressure straight back on to Jansen.
96. $100.
A leg tiptoeing by. It's been in the setup phase of legs where Conor Henahan's really come to the fore today. Ton leaves him on a finish.
59.
But it was threatenable with a big score, but that was not what Jansen could muster. Second one of them would have left double 10 and so set himself up for tops
148.
if this doesn't go. It won't, and so Henahan is back to move himself to within 2
60.
legs of Saturday night.
Require 40.
It's tops that he wants.
Super efficiency he's been on this.
Game shot on the
And
second
once
leg.
again,
Conor Henahan.
no point in carrying one dart to the board. Just chuck it in there
So look, it's
with your
Danny to
third,
throw first.
then you haven't got to
Game
carry any to the board.
Henahan halfway there.
58.
Even though the group's been tight, he has always been in control. He's always still dictated proceedings.
85.
Effectively, the only time he hasn't been top of the group was
58.
at the end of the first round of fixtures when Andy Bolton beat Louis Williams 4-0.
100.
First thing on Monday morning, and since then he's not relinquished that position, even though people have come to
96.
trade blow for blow. There have been times where people have gone above, but not at the end of a round.
85.
You'd say if he goes on and wins the group, it's been a warranted win.
58.
Yeah, definitely. He's been the standout player. Made the least amount of mistakes and the most amount of gains.
85.
I've been impressed with him on this visit because this is a tough group.
96.
He's looking to have come through it with flying colours.
Another one of them would have left double 16. Jansen needs to take this 135 out. Otherwise, Henahan's got the double break and is throwing for the match. Has found the ball with the first dart. And so tops. How pivotal could that be? A 135 to keep him in the contest.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to
A show of respect from his opponent, Connor Henahan. He's still got the break advantage. But he knows that if that didn't go, he had the chance to be throwing for the match here.
30.
And it has pressured Henahan into that 30 on the first throw.
$171.
And one could say that Danny Jansen's in the purple patch in this game.
96.
Are we reaching a sliding doors moment? As Jansen lit up the fuse at the moment he needed to more than any other.
And that's what special players do. Special players in special
60.
moments.
$85.
Has left himself on 50.
58. Danny require 150.
Does he stay there? No. Went ball for tops.
80.
Is going to come back for 70. And from 2-0 down, Jansen is on the cusp of levelling this game up at 2 apiece. And
60.
Henahan comes up dry, and so Jansen's
70.
got another 6. And is Henahan letting this slip? Another 15. Leaves himself tops.
35.
That's wild. Has to spurn one upon his return.
Connor will know that's wild. You watch him wade in here and pressure this 35. And exactly, you could see it coming.
137. Danny required 35.
Big moment in this match. Both players in a single to double combination. Jansen finds a double 16 and we are level at 2 apiece.
Yeah, impressive from the young man. That was under a fair amount of pressure as well. Let's not forget that.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
Henahan just sat on 60.
82.
How big a treble 19 could that turn out to be in this leg?
$140.
Lovely second 2 darts there from Connor.
59. $140.
140 for Henahan to try and re-establish the ascendancy in his favour. He needs to find another break to win this match.
100.
And he may be on the cusp of finding it here.
Has that 135 from Jansen just kicked the bee's nest that is Connor Henahan into
45.
action?
But that's a slip.
60.
But Jansen's given Henahan another 6. But he's making tall order of it.
80.
That second dart saves the visit, leads him on a 2-dart finish.
$88. Connie require 96.
To put himself a leg away, and he will throw for a place in Saturday's final if this goes. When double-double, not to be.
56.
And so
Danny require
this 112
112.
is huge for Jansen. It's not going to go. Henahan's got 3 in hand for 3-2. He takes this, he can begin to feel the finishing line coming to sight.
Game shot on the
He's a leg
fifth
away. Henahan
Henahan
breaks and throws for a place in the final.
Sixth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Jansen, that last visit just needed to make sure of a 20 at the minimum
59.
requirement. Needed to go a little bit safe at it, if you ask me, to give himself a chance. How does he
58.
react? How does he react to that disappointment?
Now, you're a man who's thrown to win a
70.
world championship in the past. What is it like to have the throw to win something, whether it be a group, a tournament, a title?
It depends whether you're sat
58.
behind, sat in front. For me, I was a couple of legs up, so I was quite relaxed, thinking I had another leg after if it went wrong. But I didn't have somebody doing this against me at the time. These 180s that keep flying in just at right times. If you say anything about Conor Henahan, he hits 180s at just sublime times. There's no two ways about it.
Could do with trouble here, though.
60.
Shouldn't be too big an issue unless 140 puts Jansen on a finish.
Connie require 132.
Can Conor Henahan pop the cork towards Saturday night? Treble 19. What about setting up now?
60. Danny require 147.
This would be the ultimate 147 break. It's not going to go. And so Conor Henahan has his opportunity
95.
now. He has
Connie
3 in his
require
hand.
72.
72 is what he wants. And it's going to be 1 at tops.
32.
Qualification dart's been missed.
Danny require 52.
Just thinking about the double more than the single.
32.
Tops doesn't go.
Connie require
And that could be the
40.
double that undoes Danny Jansen. Conor Henahan
shot on the
qualifies
mat.
again.
Conor
For the
Henahan.
7th successive time, we will see the Irishman into the finals. He has beaten Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 2. It's a look of relief from Heno, as he knows now he is going to be in the red carpet occasion. That the tale of the tape. A 4-2 victory for Conor Henahan. Jansen had taken out the 135 to put some pressure on, but it is Heno who is into the red carpet occasion. He's back into Saturday night once again for the 7th successive time. So that is Group A done. We're still looking to see who's going to be in B, who's going to be in C. It's Vampir against Williams next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Henahan has qualified for Saturday night's finals, getting the better of Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 2 in a topsy-turvy affair. Their confirmation, Henahan now with a 6-point lead after 14 games. That is enough to see him into a 7th successive Saturday night here of the Super Series. Jansen, Bolton, Vampir can all still either make B or C on Thursday and Friday respectively. And those are going to be the races that we'll be watching between now and the end of play in around about an hour or so's time. We kick off the final furlong with Carlo Vampir up against Louis Williams. Well, Louis has been detached from the pack for much of the action. He picked up his first win today. He'd love to go out on a high against Carlo Vampir, for whom today hasn't quite worked out results-wise in the same vein of the last couple of days, although the performances have been fairly steady for him.
Yeah, they have. He impressed yesterday, Carlo.
Game on.
Like you say, Group A hasn't quite gone his way, but those debutants that have got Group A under their belt
140.
gained experience after experience in this last 3 days. So they take that on into Groups B or C, wherever they end.
140.
We spoke about last time I was here that how long it took me to get this amount of stage time and game time in front of the cameras. Probably took me about 6 years to get what these guys get in a week. And so how beneficial the Super Series is in development. And we obviously seen guys go from here and head off into getting Pro Tours and winning things elsewhere. And
98.
The Super Series, let's hope it's here to stay, because it helps so much in the development of young players particularly.
And it means me and you can chat darts, Scott.
100. Carlo,
we can chat darts, we can talk horse racing, chart music. We throw a bit of everything in there, don't we?
83.
It's been good fun working with you this week, Scott, but we've still got a couple more games to go.
You and I are fool's gold, my friend.
Vampir 84 for the first leg.
45. Carlo,
A decent first leg from the pair. But that's a slip. 79 left. Treble 19 was the look in. He squares up for tops.
35.
He'll be 25 on ball first, because that means treble 20. Leaves a return to the ball. But what can he see of that? If anything, can he see of that?
88. Carlo,
well, there's your answer.
40. Game shot in the first leg. Carlo Vampir.
And tops is found for Vampir to lead by a leg to nil.
I had a lovely view of that bullseye from up here in our new commentary position. Out the window. Perfect shot for me.
Well, you shoot. The issue Louis had was the fact that because his darts sits in the board the way it does and the way the flight stood out, it just meant from his position
140.
It just couldn't see anything of the bed.
No, absolutely.
100.
He was flying blind with his arrows, wasn't he? Into that.
180.
Ton 40, ton 80. This has been an excellent leg from Vampir.
140. 57. Louis Record 161.
Bruce Williams is going to get first poker to check out here. 161. He's not going to go, and so Vampir for the break and for 2-0 and a potential 12 dart leg here.
87. Carlo, you require 124.
Triple 18. Ball. Just underneath.
Louis requires 74.
So Williams it is then, 74, treble 14. Single 20 for double top. Over on the right-hand side is space.
34.
He went for the right-hand side, but it was a little too high.
2 16s, double 8, That first start was awkward because it pitched up to attention and it blocked the view of the bed.
And then when you move over, you're then thrown across yourself a little bit. So it's double 10. Williams has the same problem there. He has to go left, slide along the oche and changes the angle a little.
Carlo require 8.
Although he went for the top corner to miss the first flight, he went right up into the 6. Carlo now trying to tidy up, and it's all got a little messy.
Louis require 14.
Louis hoping not to have a Lionel.
Game shot on the
And
second.
levels up at 1-1, has a little bit of a glance over and sees it's in the bed.
Phil against Carlo to throw first. Game on.
You know, you were talking about the spares with the Darren Armstrong situation. Just having a look at the table. There's just 2 cups of water there.
So what you're saying is nobody's taking any spares?
140.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not telling you, I'm showing you.
Good spot.
100. $81. $54.
This leg very much in the offing.
135.
Being seized upon to a certain extent by Louis Williams. Vampir, 306, so heads down for the 19s.
136.
And leaves himself on the big fish.
$47.
Been a while since we've seen the fish around here.
170.
It's long overdue. It's not going to go this time.
98. Louis required
Resisted
98.
the temptation to go for the ball with the last dart. So Louis now on 98, treble 20, treble 19, not to be.
$38. Carlo requires 72. Game shot in the third.
Clinical once again
Carlo
from
Vampir.
Carlo Vampir. He has been very good at that at times.
Fourth leg, it's Louis to throw first. Game on.
Little ghost throw into the floor there.
100. $100.
10 apiece at the start of the fourth.
93. $140.
No piece still as Vampir piles in on a 140.
26.
It's all about fine margins. You don't have to buy much.
85.
Cool, have a look at that snarl.
Yeah, a la painter. Snarl a la painter, man.
60.
But in some ways, is this a positive sign that there's a little bit of grit back in there, whereas maybe at points on Monday is more hoping than maybe expecting?
Well, there was a resigned look at his face on Monday. There was a resigned fact to it, whereas now there's an angry fact to it, which means he cares.
Single 18 would leave tops. The
94.
Double 18
Louis
leaves
require
double 11.
97.
And so 97 for Williams for 2-2. Is tops. Two tens.
77.
Doesn't go.
Carlo, you require 22.
And so 2 11s for 3-1. That should be nice for Carlo. But he nudges inside.
20.
And he's
Louis
left
requires
himself
20.
on the madhouse.
Yeah, he didn't look too impressed with himself for that, did he? Williams back for double 10.
On the 4th leg, Louis Williams.
Once again, for the second time today, he's apologising for hitting a leg where maybe it wasn't his to take.
Carlo to throw first. Game on.
You'll have plenty more of those, young man, and the rest of your darting career, I can tell you.
Yeah, but is it too late now to say sorry?
140.
It's not kind of the done thing to say sorry these days, but I like the fact that he does. It shows that he cares.
83.
I'll never forget the time that Chris Mason played here and how many times over the years has he said on the comms about not apologising for winning legs, and he apologised for winning a leg, although he is adamant that it was not an apology. Hope you're well, Mace, if you're tuning in from, ironically, the Prince of Wales. His fine establishment.
85. Carlo, you require 121.
So 1-2-1 for Carlo. He's got 6 from here to take out this 5th leg. He's going to need the full quota, but he is set up to perfect accord. More of a 32s man, and he is a tops man, and so
32.
Down to the southwest region we go. In it goes, and that is a 14 darter for Carlo Vampir to lead 3-2.
6th leg is Louis to throw first.
Carlo Vampir looking to finish the group with a flourish.
99. $134. 100. 140.
Vampir closing in. There were signs and glimmers for Louis in this match, but it looks like Carlo could be on the cusp.
27.
That 27 could cost him the game.
Carlo's up the pace of his throw here, and I noticed he's more successful when he throws a little bit quicker, particularly in the scoring zone.
60. Carlo,
it's our favourite check out here. 127 and not game.
60.
No, definitely not game. Louis will look to find something here to leave a little bit of pressure.
58. Carlo, you require 67.
To complete his campaign with a win, it's 88 for Carlo Vampir.
51.
Doesn't go, and is this
Louis
the ultimate Hail Mary moment for Louis Williams?
If it had gone, you'd have had to have said yes.
95. Carlo require 16.
Vampir comes back for 88. Lovely guide. Lovely darts and lovely darts from Carlo Vampir. He beats Louis Williams by 4 legs to 2. Today's been a real positive day for Louis. He got his first win. He's been competitive all day. For Carlo Vampir, temporarily he moves into second spot in the table. He needs to wait to see what happens to Danny Jansen and Andy Bolton in the next couple of matches. And if Conor Henahan beats Andy in the next match, well, it is pretty much all over bar the shouting. Henahan v Bolton is live and next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Henahan is on his victory lap at the end of a successful Group A campaign. The Irishman has made it through to his 7th successive final here in Portsmouth. He takes on Andy Bolton, who is looking to secure Group B darts tomorrow and Friday night from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. Henahan can sit back with his feet up and watch all the action on the Super Series YouTube channel. I suspect you will be as well.
Yes, I may well do, yes. There's no two ways about it. If I get the opportunity, I do like to tune in,
First leg,
see what everybody's up to.
First. Game on.
Well, if you're looking for something to do later on this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel, there's going to be a Blow the Darts challenge.
Alloway Mardle Blow the Darts challenge.
Indeed.
44.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. I've tried that, and it is, I don't know whether it's because my darts are too heavy or what. Maybe I should try with a lighter dart.
180.
Maybe I haven't got enough puff.
5 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel.
96.
Really, they should have released it at 5:01, but
by the time it uploads, it probably will be 5:01. See, I know all the tech stuff uploading.
Henahan looking to load the first leg into his leisure. 164, he's got 6 on this point. Actually been the last game of the day where Henahan's had his problems. It's where he's lost both of his last games of days. Not that it's going to matter on this occasion. He wins his way through to Saturday night. Picks up a nice little bonus for his efforts as well. He's on another 6 and 1-2-1. That's why he went down for the 25 first dart.
81. And
actually, the way that the Lion went, he could have gone for the ball there, but decided to set up for tops.
96. Connie require 40.
Tops are 1-0. Getting closer, but not quite close enough.
And he require 85.
Well, Andy wouldn't have been expecting to return here. After double 14 he goes.
57.
And not to be this time round.
So Hino gets another go. Double 10.
20.
Not to be, and so Bolton.
And he required 28.
Has got an opportunity. He's missed 7 darts to the double in this opening leg, Conor Henahan. And Bolton takes advantage. He leads 1-0.
The X Factor extracts the first leg off of
second leg, it's Andy to
Henahan.
Game. $60. Whoa!
You could have put that on a sixpence, that Max.
You'd get another 6 darts in there. It's embarrassing.
100.
Now we know that he has got previous for a 9 darter. He is not going to get it in this leg.
60. $140.
Tom 40 here backs up the break that Bolton accrued in the first leg quite well.
85.
Henahan frails his arms into the air. A wave of frustration.
105.
Nice 2 darter left for Bolton. Henahan would be wanting to leave a 1 darter, and that's exactly what he's done. Pressure on the 96.
Will stay there. Love the lie. Crashed off the barrel for double 8.
80. Connie required 36.
Quasi Bolton's back.
What was that? That was a double 9 to make it 1-1. Andy Bolton's given us a bit of X Factor this afternoon, both on and off the stage.
So it's Connor to throw first.
Just wondering whether there was a Gurning Championships back home where he's
180
from, and maybe he was having a warm-up.
Henahan has kicked off back-to-back legs of a maximum. And this time on throw means that he's got a huge weight of advantage.
84. $43.
And that drive visit means that he has got sands of time.
$134.
Definitely has now.
$100. Connie require 103. $79.
Tidies up nicely to leave double 12 after 12 darts.
140. Connie require 24.
And he's just finding his range before the next leg.
perfect guide. Can he kiss it off the barrel?
Game shot.
Yes,
the
he
third
can.
leg.
Last dart in
Connor
hand.
Henahan.
2-1 Henahan.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $96.
If you were a player, would you prefer to be in Group B or Group C, Henry?
I don't think I'd ever have a choice in the matter, but anyway.
22.
Just pretend that you're good enough to do it. Would you prefer to be in B or C?
I think you'd rather be in a group where you'd have more chances of going through, but I think I'd like the idea of playing in the afternoon, because if you play in the morning, you've got a lot of time after the
25.
session to think about things. If you play the 10 o'clock session, you've got a lot of time in the day to either overthink things or possibly kill time in the case of boredom.
140.
Whereas I think the 1 o'clock slot I think would work perfectly for me, because you can get up at around about 9:30 if you want to, have a bit of breakfast, just leisurely walk
80.
over to the venue and then be
125.
done for about 6 o'clock and then be ready for bed.
No, I agree. That's exactly what I found when I
87.
obviously played in both. I found that the Group C a lot easier to play in because of that reason. There wasn't a lot of kicking around all day to try and
85.
kill the time till 10 o'clock to start. Yeah, I totally agree. I think something about being in Group C
Andy
is
Bolton.
quite nice, but
Well, if I was in the B, obviously,
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
depending on the factors and whatever, I'd probably look at like doing something like a day out. Probably go somewhere local, like go to Bournemouth for the
50.
day and just waste the day away and go and do something constructive with the day, relax.
let me tell you something now. If you're going to
55.
Bournemouth, that is not a wasted day. I'm going to tell you that now. It's a lovely day out at Bournemouth, my hometown.
100.
I can actually give you a shift on the farm, absolutely. Don't waste your time going to Bournemouth. Come down to Costa del Mitchell and I'll get you a shovel and find you
60.
something to do.
I feel threatened.
I'll get you a shovel, point you in the direction of a stable.
95.
Say, see you in an hour, kidder.
Problem is, you've probably now got the alert of the social media team, who probably now want to do a Mitchell's farm where I turn into Caleb Cooper, and I've now got to go and do some various tasks on the farm and film.
Funny you should mention him. I'm off to see him tonight in sunny Bournemouth at the International Centre, so looking forward to it. I'll polish my best going out
44.
boots and everything in readiment.
Connor Henahan could have a couple of shifts on the farm if he
59.
wants to. He's got a couple of days to burn off. Max leaves double 16.
140.
140 leaves 72.
$100. Connie requires 72.
Get another Bolton extravagant look. Tops.
32.
Doesn't go.
And he require 127.
The Hinks.
There's the 27.
47.
Not quite what
Connie require 40.
Andy was looking for. Back to tops for Connor. Oh, back up to double 5.
30.
Not to be.
And he require 80.
So Bolton returns.
Tops.
Game shot.
But
on the
Bolton
fifth
can
leg.
find what he's looking
Andy
for.
Bolton.
He's done that once before, I reckon.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Shake of the head from Henahan. He knows that the war has been won, but he wants to win the final battle. There is something to be said about winning the last game and then going into the Saturday night final with a bit of a fear factor behind you.
Yeah, there is. There is, and it gives you a little bit of momentum. Your last game up there, you won.
38.
It's just nice for your mental state to win your last game of your group.
$59. $180.
Well, on the day of the budget
84.
in the UK, it's going to be Henahan who picks up the red box invitation through to Saturday night's finals.
140.
And the rest of them are going to have to order themselves into a formal queue to join him.
$100.
Not quite enough there from Bolton to get back into it.
$65.
Bolton 2-1-2. Maxi leaves in double 16. 140 leaves him in a nice suit.
140.
And so Henahan to take us all the way wants this 78. 20 for tops. Tots for last leg decider.
It's eluded him last couple of legs. And it eludes him again.
And it could cost him the match. Bolton back for 72. Alex double 16.
56.
Match start come and gone. Henahan back for tots a 3-3. And we go all the way to a last leg decider. The bumper fists
Game on.
marks the start of leg 7. And Andy Bolton's having a bit of a yoga session in the background.
57.
Try start from Henahan. Try start for... I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a useless fact here, Scott. We were talking about the budget.
32.
What's unique about the budget in the Houses of Parliament is that it's the only major speech in the year where the Speaker of the House is not present. It's actually given to the Deputy Speaker of the House to run the roost over the budget speech.
And the reason for that is, is that what you said it? You're going to tell me?
I don't actually know the reasons for it, but it goes back to like the 15th, 16th century. I'm assuming that probably back in them days, the Speaker of the House of Commons probably had some kind of affairs involved in it or something like that. But yeah, the Deputy Speaker of the House takes over proceedings in the House of Commons for the delivery of the budget in the United Kingdom.
99.
Oh, wow. What an interesting fact on budget day. The darts is on.
$140.
There was some peacockery after that last treble there from Andy, wasn't there?
$42.
A lot of thought went into that last dart, but it didn't quite go where he thought.
$100.
Nicely done by Andy. Just what he needed at the time. Connor needs a red bit.
94.
He finds it.
And he requires 92.
So surely bullseye the route here for Bolton. 17 for bullseye.
67.
What a dart for the match that would have
And he
been.
requires 84.
And so Henahan to see off his campaign with a win. Straight into the treble 5. Recovers well, double 6. He's just inside.
And he required 25.
And so Bolton back to claim victory, 25. And now double 8. Double 4. And it's 4-3 Bolton. He gets the better of Henahan in the last leg decider. And so Henahan will head through, but he will not win the last game of the group. Andy Bolton moves on to 18 points alongside Carlo Vampir. Danny Jansen and Darren Armstrong is our last game of the group. And so that is the tale of the tape. Andy Bolton, we will see him in action tomorrow night in Group B. We're going to find out what happens in our last game. Danny Jansen up against Darren Armstrong. Follows after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have entered our final game of Group A. It's Danny Jansen and Darren Armstrong. Jansen wins, he's into Group B. Jansen loses, him and Armstrong will be in Group C as Owen Binks limbers up for the last game of the afternoon session. He's been round Andy Bolton too long, hasn't he? God forbid he does a juicy wiggle on the stage.
No, I can't see Binksy doing a juicy wiggle on the stage, but I have to say, what a sterling job he does. Tough up there to keep your concentration for 15 games. Sometimes you have to check whether the point's touching the board or not and all sorts of things like that. So, fair play to him. Done a grand job today. Nobody's asked anything difficult too much of him today.
World-class referee in the habitat we like to see him in most, but that's mainly because that's the only place where he can't annoy us.
Absolutely. He gets plenty of time after.
First leg, it's Darren.
There he is, our main man.
Game on.
Beaks, great job. Does a great job here at the Super Series.
$96.
How do you think Jansen will assess his Group A campaign overall?
100.
I think there have been moments that he'll be disappointed with. I think when you play 15 games over 3 days, there's always going to be moments where you feel you could have done a little better.
50.
But I think overall, for his first time here, new surroundings, I think he's taken to it pretty well.
125.
But whether he sees it like that or not is another matter. But I'm sure he'll call home and discuss goings on with Dad Marco, and
83.
They'll decide between them how they feel it's gone overall. But for me, I think it's gone really well for him, and he
95.
started very well. And he's in good stead for Group B or Group A, whichever he ends up in. I've actually had a message from Marco saying
60.
about him and his father want to come over if Danny makes Saturday night.
I know Conor Henahan's going to have some support, and that's the first time he's ever had people from back home come and support him on a Saturday night. Could have a bit of a internationally flavoured crowd on Saturday night.
Yeah, very much so.
56.
Well, that was a
Darren require
quick route to
104.
Madhouse that Jansen didn't expect. Two 12s.
98. Danny require 2.
Almost there from Darren Armstrong.
No score. Darren require 6.
So both ended up where they didn't really want to be. It's all about who can hit it first.
Two.
Didn't like the line of the first start, so split straight away. Jansen back in the madhouse. He gets there in the end.
Danny Jansen.
Jansen finally obtaining the break to lead 1-0.
Second against Danny to throw first. Game on. $100. 60. 75. 100.
Nicely done there from Armstrong.
98. 55. 58.
So the big fish left again by Jansen. Well, they get reeled in last
41.
game of Group
And he required
A.
170.
The answer is no.
58. 95. Danny require 112.
So 112 for Jansen to make it 2-0.
$41. Darren require 150.
Chance to get right back in this for Darren Armstrong.
42. Danny requires 71.
You can understand why. Tops would have been
51.
for 2-0.
Darren
Doesn't
require
go, and so
108.
Armstrong is back for 108 to square this game up and to get a break back. It's double 18 for the Shanghai.
90. Danny require 20.
Not to be. So Jansen wanting 20 for a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot
he
the
takes
second
it.
leg. Danny Jansen. Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. 139.
Both players did 2 triple visits to start leg 3. Remember, do subscribe to the YouTube channel. Plenty of other goodies after the session is done. And
98.
I think the one that I've really enjoyed doing with Chris Mason a couple of weeks back was the Pairs Cup, where we randomly drew out the 6 players in the group into pairs. We played a one-leg players competition, and the winners won a Chufty badge.
Very nice too. One they won't forget.
Yeah, that's one I wouldn't mind
100.
seeing again. Be
43.
a themed week.
Darren McQuire, 164.
Why not? We have other ideas coming. The double-in week was very successful.
54.
Well, I can drop you a small hint. There is going to be a themed week on the bank holiday week at the end of May. That is all I'm saying.
58. Darren McQuire, 110.
Under May, what could the theme be? Everybody has to wear shorts?
As long as we can in the commentary box, I won't mind. Well, it's a bit of May Day here for Armstrong. 2-0 down, and
78.
Jansen the 160 for the double breaker
160.
throw. It's not going to go, and so for 2-1, double 60.
45. Darren McQuire, 32.
Double 8 now.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Darren Armstrong. Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
You do feel for Armstrong that his week has just petered out a little bit to where it started.
93.
I really expected him on Monday to, the way that he was playing, absolutely set this group alight and have a big say in
180.
where things were going. And, you know, why would they have not gone his way? But a couple of darting issues over the
44.
last couple of days, I think, has played with his mind. And often you break 1 point, and to break 2 in 2 days is
58.
quite staggering for him, and a bit of a head mess, and makes you go all squiffy between the ears at times, having to throw with different darts.
92.
And I wonder how different it would have been if he'd still been using the set that he really enjoys using.
But I think what today will give Darren
60.
Armstrong going into Group C tomorrow is a bit of a hunger for more.
64.
He could be hungry like a wolf.
We talking about 2015 again?
No, nobody's talking about 2015. Haven't done for 9 years.
Well, you are departing us following
47.
today. So I'm going to ask you the question because we're going to speak to Connor at the end of the show. So that feels a bit unfair. Who do you fancy for the week?
42.
I,
Darren
I,
McQuire, 156.
do you know what? I think it's still wide open with the guys that we've got to come in. I don't think Andy Bolton will be far away. I think these 3 days are...
Game shot on the 4th
Oh,
leg.
wow. That wasn't
Darren
far away
Armstrong.
either. What a lovely 156. Is that the first time we've seen that with different darts
The
here
leg
at
is Darren
the
to throw
Super
first.
Series?
Game
I'm
on.
going to say yes without any evidential fact.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Nicely done. To level up as well.
48.
So Desmond in that last game. Still got an answer from you, Scotty.
Yeah, and I hope for Connor that it's him, and not because we're going to go and have a chat with him in a minute, because I don't want him to have that super record.
40.
He's a lovely guy, and you know, if he's got a few coming over for Saturday night as well, like you say, hopefully that's the difference this time round in the final that
100.
will spur him on to success.
You never know. You could be playing him at Champions Week because we can't reveal too much, but you are going to be
58.
playing in Series 7, aren't you, Scott?
Yes, I am. I'm going to dust the darts off and come back, yes, and be down on the stage and wave at you guys off in the commentary box instead, yes.
You're just going to say in your interviews you're just a commentator because that worked for Chris Mason quite well.
No, I don't think anybody falls for that old chestnut. I'm just going to tell them I'm a farmer like I always have.
100.
You've got plenty of job titles you can call yourself.
Plenty of smells I can bring with me as well.
Please not after the last Champions Week.
140. Darren Iroquois, 116.
116 for Darren Armstrong. Single 19. Leaves himself tops. And that would have been for back-to-back ton plus outs as well.
128. $63. Darren Iroquois, 40.
Tops, 3-2.
On the fifth leg, Darren Armstrong.
And Armstrong is a leg away for the match.
Sixth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. $140. $58. $96. $83.
Jansen in a good suit here to take us to a last leg decider.
87.
Feel like down. I just want to
100.
just put today to bed. Just kind of decompart with it and go again tomorrow. Because if he shows what he's shown in the first couple of days of the group, then he's going to give himself a good shout. Today, obviously, the point issue and things like that, you can kind of give him a free pass as a result of it. Be a case of going again tomorrow. As Jansen looks at double 19 to square up. Splits now, double 14. Moves inside. And this could be a little bit messy now for the mullet.
I understand why he split it. The first dart was just totally in the way. So he went across to the 10 or the 6 to sort that out. Didn't quite go his way. It's double 7 now, which is right next door where he just changed from.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Maybe he should have stayed there. Who knows? But the result of the fact is we're sat there at 3-3.
Seventh and final leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
We go all the way.
$81.
Yeah, no toss, pal. So, the last leg of Group A.
$100.
Okay, mate. If I don't, just someone give me a nudge, that's all right.
58. $95.
Horrible deflection there for Armstrong. Into the 5s.
130.
Good double treble pick up there from Jansen. Much needed to get him back in the leg.
57.
And the door's open for him to put his foot through. Strays into the 5s, but
44.
no real inroads made.
Armstrong has got 6 on 168.
28.
Doesn't go, and so Jansen 212. Looking to set up the best he can.
$82. Darren Iroquois, 140.
140 for Armstrong. It's not going to go, and so Jansen's going to get his match-winning chance at 130.
60. Danny Iroquois, 130.
Trouble for the ball. Doesn't go, and so Armstrong, 80 for the
65.
match.
Darren require
Can he
80.
take his chance? Tops.
60.
Dips below.
Danny
Awkward angle,
requires
as you could see.
65.
And so Jansen back 65 to complete the deal. He's that good, he's got the bullseye. And so 2 sixers.
53.
And we go on.
Darren require 20.
10's up.
Game shot.
10's in, and it's a win for Darren Armstrong. He has had quite the day, hasn't he? On and off the board. He beats Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 3. That means Jansen's in Group C. It means Vampir and Bolton are in Group B. But it's Conor Henahan who takes the spoils as far as Group A is concerned. That is the tale of the tape in our final game of Group A. Darren Armstrong, a 4-3 victor against Danny Jansen. It means Jansen is going to be consigned to the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday. Alongside Darren Armstrong, myself and Scott Mitchell are going to make the race over to the studio to join Conor Henahan to talk about his Group A campaign. To the Super Series, where we're joined alongside Conor Henahan, Group A winner. Many congratulations, Conor. Just give us your overall assessment of the way things went from your perspective.
It's great to get over the line. I know we talked earlier this morning, but just to get over that line is the main thing. So I thought I played well early stages, maybe not in the last game, but I thought I did enough to get over the line.
Did you feel comfortable enough today in comparison to yesterday?
Jeez, no. That first game, I was so nervous. I don't know why. I knew there was a lot riding on it. Like, I was either 4 ahead of everyone, or I was back into the mix. Like, so to get over the first one, and then I thought I played really well in the second one, and to get on to that, and against Carlo, then that last leg, I played really well. So the confidence was high going into playing Denny then in the last game.
Are you the sort of player that sees the names on the sheet before you get here and have a plan of how you want to play and how you plan to approach the first week? Do you look at it and go, well, Andy's been here before, he's my main rival, I've got to try and beat him a couple of times out of 3? What goes through your mind before you even come here?
You have to beat everyone. It's all on, you don't know how everyone's going to play the first day. So like Andy might lose all his games the first day, and he might win all his games the first day, so you don't really know. But like, the thing is, you try to do well the first day. If I can get 4 out of 5, I know I'm on track to get into the Wednesday or into the Saturday, if you know what I mean. But like, you just have to keep winning games. It puts pressure on everyone else to follow you. So that's what I try and do now. So
you try not to overcomplicate it by looking beforehand. You just come in, say, right, I need 4 wins today. I don't care which 4 it is. I'm going to go for 4 wins.
Yeah, well, I came in today. I knew if I got 4 out of 5, someone had to get like 5 out of 5 to actually beat me. So I said that in my own head. Come in. It didn't matter who I was playing first to 5. Like, you have to play everyone anyway. So I just got over the line, luckily enough. So I was happy with it, so I'll take that.
We'll have a chat with you again in just a second. Before we do that, just going to have a look at the results from today and just round up everything that we have seen. There's a lot of gold by the name of Conor Henahan. That's kind of been the story of his group. Danny Jansen was his closest rival for a lot of the way, but he's going to be playing in the afternoon session because that 4-3 win right at the very end for Darren Armstrong means it's going to be Carlo Vampir that joins Andy Bolton in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. And Scott, that's a big name to drop into Group C, Danny Jansen.
Yeah, I think so. And I think probably Group C will suit him because it's going to be very similar to Group A. You get 5 games in the day. As a debutant, I think that's an advantage to him. We know that he wasn't particularly on his best yesterday and he wasn't particularly well. And hopefully we get himself sorted and we have 2 good days out of him.
As for Andy Bolton, it was a slow start to his group on Monday. Really good Tuesday and Wednesday, but it was ultimately that first day that cost him a chance to have more of a battle with Conor to top the group. Yeah,
definitely. We thought when he actually turned Conor over last game, wasn't it? Wasn't last game on Monday? We thought that point to give him 4 points would still leave him in with a shout, but it turned out it wasn't enough. And we look back and Monday was probably the day that got away from Andy.
You've won a few Group A's before. Where does this compare? Because it was so tight for so long.
It's definitely one of the toughest groups I've been in. Like every player, it's the first time I knew everyone coming into the week. When I was put up, so I was like, right, I need to be on the ball from get go. Like you can't just waste around anymore. Because so many good players now. Like you don't know what to. Like if you lose a few games, you're going to be. They'll nail you all the time. So I was just happy to get over the line today, just to get through again to Saturday, and hopefully now this will be the time.
Well, your record here is perfect in qualifying for Saturdays. This is the 7th time you've been here. It's the 7th time you've qualified. But the one thing you're missing is that weekly title win. You've played in 2 finals, come close in a couple of finals. Do you feel like now's the time for Conor Henahan to take that next step forward?
100%, yeah. I know myself I haven't been playing well the last while, but I think coming in here I felt like I was playing really well, and then obviously it kind of showed there in a few games. I played really well. Consistency is my main thing. Like I can average 110 and then I could average 70. So that's what happens to me, but I think I played decent enough darts this week to show that I'm able to win these kind of tournaments, and people will fear me. That's what I hope they do now, because I'm experienced now at this stage, so it's just about getting over the line.
Do you feel like at that big stage of your career, because obviously now you're 25, so you can't play the development tour anymore, so it's now you coming to that kind of crossroads where you're going from developing player to a player that feels like now I have to do things?
Yeah, of course you have to do things. You want to be the best, like you want to improve, like, but it's good to get into things and make experience. Like you play the likes of everyone, big dogs now, like, when you go into challenge shows now, you're playing the likes, even Scotty like here and like Andy like there, like it's great experience, but like you just want to get over that and just, you want to be Luke Littler now. That's what you want to be like, but it's not going to be that easy, but like you just want to do that.
Well, many congratulations, Conor. We'll see you on Saturday night once again at the Susan. I hear you've got a few people coming down to support you.
First time ever now, one of the lads are coming over, so yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, Conor, many congratulations. We're going to have a quick look at the table before we depart you. Conor Henahan, 22 points. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? Andy Bolton, Carlo Vampir in Group B on 18 points. And then Danny Jansen, 16, Armstrong, 14. And Louis Wenn's getting his first win today. So this is how things break down then for the rest of the week. Conor Henahan can, well, sit back, relax and enjoy the next couple of days on the Super Series YouTube channel. And he could be watching Andy Bolton, Carlo Vampir, Justin Smith joining proceedings alongside Lee Cox and Mike Norton. Group C, Danny Jansen, Darren Armstrong, Louis Williams, Alex Small, Derek Coulson and Jack Mel. Scott, you're going to be departing us as well after today. What's your assessment of those 2 groups going into the rest of the week?
Well, I think they're 2 sort of very competitive groups, particularly C. I think that the guys dropping in who were debutants now know what they're doing, and I think that they're going to come up against some guys. I think Group C is going to be really, really tight. Group B, I've got to be honest, I expect Andy to drop his anchor and go for it. I really do. I think he's going to go flat out at it, and I think he's probably going to top Group B, but there's still some spaces for others to get through. So it's only 2 miss out in Group B. So both are going to be very competitive, and I wish I was here chatting about it with you, mate.
Well, it's been a pleasure the last few days, Scott. We'll see you again soon. We'll see you Saturday night. Connor, gents, thank you for your time. Thank you for your company today. It was a day filled with drama, but it was stress-free in the end as far as Conor Henahan is concerned. It's the 7th time through to Saturday night. You'll be hoping 7 is heaven. Bye from us.